That's why I didn't go.
Meeting to order. This is a meeting for the whole council to go over budget items. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, Ms. LeBron.
Ms. Billings-Smith.
Present.
Ms. Blanks.
Present.
Ms. Cantor.
Here.
Mr. Cortez.
Here.
Mr. Davidoff.
Here.
Ms. Fay is absent. Mr. Sweeney. Here. Mr. Winograd.
Here.
And Mr. Zdanowicz.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to be going over our 2023 budget, and we will start, we'll actually go to the town manager and he can.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome all of our town council members for our very first budget workshop of the fiscal year 23 budget. Last week I gave an overview of our budget to the council last Tuesday evening, and tonight we'll have an opportunity to hear from our experts, our department directors, so I appreciate all of them being here this evening. So this year we're going to do something a little different. If you recall, the last 2 years we did our budget deliberations virtually. So last year and the year before, we held what were called councils or committees of the council, committees of the whole council. And we did it virtually. It was basically Peter's show. He would go through everyone's budget, and the directors were available to answer questions from the councilors. This evening, Peter and Lisa will be at the main table, and then the department directors will come up one at a time, and they'll give a brief summary of their budgets, hitting the highlights. And then the council will ask any questions that you may have of each director and of Lisa and Peter, and then we'll go to the next department afterwards. We're going to go a little bit out of order tonight, so some of our general government folks aren't here to start the meeting. So we will start, Peter and Lisa will give an overview of the finance department budget, and then from there we'll go to information technology. So thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Rick. If you could turn to the Finance tab on page 6-1. I'd like to start off by just talking about a few of the highlights and accomplishments from the Finance Department over the current year. Probably the most significant accomplishment that we had this year was the final closing on the pension obligation bonds. Not only did we fully fund our pension liability, but we're also going to provide some budgetary relief as well, as you'll see as we move on. It's been about 4 years in the making, and I remember 4 years ago when the mayor came to us, we kind of looked at her and said, really? But she kept on us, and we waited for the right environment. We did our math. We looked at it from every angle, and it was a huge success, so thank you for that. Also, we've implemented a new financial system. We've implemented the financial portion of it. We've implemented the regular payroll portion of it. We're moving on to the pension payroll. And after that, there are a couple of other human resource components that we're going to be implementing as well. And that was a major accomplishment. Also, the Finance Department this past year has received 2 awards, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award and also the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Planning. And I'd like to commend Lisa Newton on that, because she's the force behind that with respect to the auditors. So, yeah. So we plan on moving ahead with the implementation of our financial system, all the modules, as well as pursuing, the awards for this year, and basically, maintaining a solid, financial status for the town. So if we turn to the next page, overall, the department is up $355,833, or 15.1%. I'd like to talk about the major components of that. One of the components that you're going to see in every department is a significant increase in regular payroll. Now, that's primarily due to the fact that we had 4 years of compounded retroactive increases on all the non-public safety unions that are showing up in this year. You'll also see a corresponding decrease in the contingency account when we get to that. But the major components of the increase in the finance department are, number one, that payroll increase, number two, the request for 2 new positions, and number three, the request for an upgrade of 1 other position, along with some adjustments for operating expenses. I just want to talk about the rationale behind the 2 positions that I'm requesting. First of all, starting next year, over the next few years, every senior manager in the finance department will be eligible to retire, including myself. It's not inconceivable that 2 years from now, you'll have a whole new, or 3 years from now, you'll have a whole new senior level of finance director and department managers. The financial operations manager here will be eligible to retire in a few years. The financial systems manager, the person who's in charge of our financial system, will be eligible to retire. The revenue collector or the tax collector will be eligible. The accounting manager, which is also responsible for the payroll, will be eligible to retire a year from now. I mean, when I say retire, in most cases, it's with full benefits. And the senior buyer will also be eligible to retire. All the people I meet with on a weekly basis, all my senior managers, within a 3-year period, will be eligible to retire. And I joke with them because I asked them, were you all hired at the same time? And actually they were all hired around the same time. They all came in together. And the person who's in charge of payroll, this was her only job right out of college. She hasn't worked anywhere else except for the town of West Hartford. So I'd like to talk about the payroll coordinator. The accounting manager position is responsible for supervising the accounting staff and also assisting on payroll. As it's turned out, because of the incredible demands on processing payroll, we process 5 payrolls a month. The accounting manager has spent virtually 95% of her time on payroll. And without her spending all that time, payroll would not be processed. If this individual chooses to retire in the spring, and we are not successful in finding a replacement quickly, we will not be able to process payroll in-house. We would have to basically go out to an outside firm and contract for that to be done for us, which could be very costly. What I'm proposing is that we hire a payroll coordinator to work alongside her until it comes time for her retirement, and she may choose to stay a little longer. It's not definite. But in case she decides to go, she's at that stage in her life. If she wanted to retire, she could go work in another community, and collect her pension and work somewhere else. So that's a personal decision that she's going to make. But if she chooses to leave, if we don't have anyone to backstop that position, we're going to have some grave concerns. And I just want to put that out there now. The second position, the financial analyst position, we've basically seen a significant increase in our reporting requirements, with ARPA reporting, with our quarterly and monthly reporting, with our financial forecasting, getting involved with the rating agencies, getting involved with the with our bond advisors. I'm putting all documentation together that we do every year. I'm also concerned about the financial systems manager, who will be eligible to retire in a few years. She only has 1 person working behind her. Now, if she retires, that person would have to move up, and then we'd have a vulnerable situation over there as well. So what I'm proposing is, if we can hire a financial analyst, that analyst will have 2 responsibilities. One, to work with our budget and grants manager, Patty Lewis, who's here tonight, with reporting requirements, specifically for ARPA and the monthly reporting and all the requirements that we have to fulfill when we issue debt. And number 2, work alongside the financial systems people to learn and understand the financial system, because when the manager chooses to retire, there'll be someone behind the person who I hope will step up. So those are the two positions. The other request I'm making is to reclassify the Financial Systems Analyst 1, who would backstop the manager when she retires, to a Financial Systems Analyst 2 classification, only because she's taking on a great deal more responsibility now with the new financial system. With this new system, our user, the town's user, has increased by 40%. We have 48 additional users on the system. And every time something happens, every time there's a question or there's a service call, it goes to two people. It goes to the manager and the person behind her. And it's very, very common for all my managers to work, extra hours. I can tell you with all honesty that for the past 3 months, Lisa Newton and Patty Lewis probably worked every weekend for the past 3 months just to get this budget prepared and also do their daily other responsibilities. So, that's my request, the 2 new positions and the upgrade. If you took those away, our budget increase would be half, or roughly 7.2%. And that basically is in line with the increases on the contractual increases on the payroll, and a slight increase of roughly $25,000 or less than 1% of our budget for operating increases related to the increased cost of supplies and materials and contractual services that we basically need to operate, specifically in the procurement department and in the tax department. So those are the major components, or the major elements that have caused this budget to go up. And I would be happy to go division by division with you and answer any questions you have. Our first division, our financial operations division, is on page 6-3. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Privatera. So I'll just ask a question and then obviously open it up to the floor. The payroll coordinator, you had said that the accounting manager steps in to do payroll now. So if the accounting manager could be freed up to not do payroll with a payroll coordinator, how would that position function?
Well, currently the accounting manager is responsible to supervise and manage the accounting staff, which consists of an accountant, 2, and an accounting specialist. So right now, that responsibility is fallen on Lisa. And it's not, really shouldn't be her responsibility, but we've all had to step up and take on more responsibility because that position, all of her time, virtually all of her time, has been taken up processing payroll. And even though we've migrated to a new system, even though our payroll is on a new system, there are a lot of different nuances on our payroll that require some manual calculations. For instance, whenever there's an issue that requires a settlement with a memorandum of understanding, usually within the uniformed services, we have to calculate those manually because they're not programmed into our system. Whenever someone is working out of class, whenever a fire captain shows up and a lieutenant has to act as a fire captain for a shift, we have to pay that person as a fire captain, so we have to do that payroll manually. And that happens more often than not. So there is a component, and there's the whole Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA component of it, that we've had some issues with programming that into our new system. We're hoping to get it all resolved, but that's a complicated calculation with respect to overtime for the uniformed services. So that's been taking up a lot of time. And if we were to get this position, whoever we hired would work alongside with both the accounting manager and the payroll specialist to learn the system. The accounting manager would then assume some of her responsibilities on managing the accounting staff and also oversee payroll as well. So that's how I would envision it.
Thank you. And just when you talked about payroll, outsourcing payroll, and if that was, the town had to do that for some reason, and you said that was expensive, how does that compare with adding a position? How would you say that those costs would.
Well, I haven't researched it yet. The initial setup and the transfer of data, because a lot of the things that we do are specialty type of calculations, I'm assuming that would be labor intensive initially. If we hire a payroll coordinator, at roughly, $80,000 a year, yeah, there would be benefits associated with that. But I think in the long run, it would be beneficial to the town. We'd have someone in-house, because every time something happened, every time something went wrong, we call the contractor. They have to work on overtime. They're not going to do it for free. So I'm assuming that, the costs would add up.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ledway.
If I could add to that, Mayor, and to be honest with you, if we were to go out to bid and try to find someone who could actually do this, I don't think we could. I really don't think we could find someone who could step in and handle our payroll system the way it is right now, particularly because of the FLSA issues that we have with our fire contract. Remember, firefighters don't earn overtime, so they're paid straight time, and there's a very complicated calculation that's involved with FLSA that I don't think a vendor would even want to take that on. So that would be my concern, is that we wouldn't even be able to find anyone who would handle it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's important to know. Okay. Other questions? Ms. Blanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, and thank you for the presentation. And I totally understand the cliff that many government entities are facing right now, with many people getting ready to retire in the next 2 years. My question is this: with the financial system analyst 1 being reclassified to the 2, will that 1 position now go away?
No. What we would be doing is we would be recognizing that individual who is now working at a 1 level is working out of her classification at a higher level. So we would just be paying her more to do more, and we would still have the same position.
If I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Blanks. Thank you.
So my question is, would that position be vacant or eligible to be filled sometime in the future, or no?
If it's a reclass, the scenario I'm thinking of is if the manager retires, then the person in that analyst position would step up and assume that responsibility. The new position would backfill that other position, okay? So there would be 2 people in that area. The reason for the reclassification, what you would see on paper is you would see a financial analyst position 1 at 0 and a financial analyst position 2 at 1. So it would still be 1 position.
Through you. And then my other question is, because we're facing this in our agencies as well, is cross-training. Is any of that being discussed, especially for some of the issues that you're pointing out now? And what I think about is, over the past 2 years, everybody has been working like a dog, pardon my punder. And so I think about self-care, people needing to take some time off to sort of refresh and regroup. And so that's why I asked the question about cross-training.
That's a great question. Thank you. Yes, we are doing that right now. Actually, the accountant too, we're training her on how to prepare a capital budget, and she has prepared the capital budget this year, over and above her accounting responsibilities. We have a part-time person working right now who is fantastic, and she is training on the financial system as well as the payroll system. So if we were able to fill that position of financial analyst, I would certainly look to her as a very, very viable candidate, because she's been doing that right along. With respect to procurement, we have an individual who can step right up in case that senior level position person retires. When Lisa decides to retire, yes, we have people who can move up who are cross-trained as well. The only, as I said, the only really vulnerable areas we have are payroll and the financial system. Another area of concern that I have is the revenue collector. When she decides to retire, she has a relatively new staff in her office. We'd have to have a discussion about that, down the road. But, my main concern is payroll. If the payroll person leaves and we don't have a replacement, we're going to have a serious issue.
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Zadanos, because you were, I wasn't sure.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Quick question, so the payroll coordinator, if your payroll manager, if they retire, then does this coordinator just roll into that position and now we no longer have a coordinator anymore? And the 80K that you said for coordinator is just quick, fat finger on the iPhone is kind of out of the bell-shaped curve. So just wondering where that number came up and if you were to eliminate it after the manager retires.
Yeah, the payroll coordinator, we based off a pricing sheet, and I'd have to refer to Patty on that one, off an existing list of positions in certain categories. If that proved to be too high, then we would hire someone at a lower level. I wouldn't automatically say that we would eliminate the accounting manager, because that person still has responsibilities to manage the accounting staff, and that person is also an accountant.
The payroll coordinator, when that moves up in the retirement, you now have the new position of coordinator.
Right.
Now that position moves up, would you eliminate the payroll coordinator because now you have someone that you're not worried about retiring so soon? Because the reason for this position is because you're going to be lacking someone
Yes.
because of retirement. So now that this retirement actually happens,
Right.
this payroll coordinator position would essentially go away, right? Because now you're not worried about someone retiring.
Right now, we have two positions. If we hired a payroll coordinator, we would have three positions. If the manager decided to retire, we would still have two people in payroll, the coordinator and the payroll specialist. But we would have to make a decision on whether or not we were going to backfill the accounting manager position, all right? And that would be up to the town manager. Again, I think we're understaffed in payroll. I think they work long hours, and they have a lot of responsibility on their plate. So I would ask to keep that, because we still need a manager overseeing the accounting staff, and we still need a manager overseeing the payroll department. The coordinator, I see the coordinator as a basically a mid to high level manager who has a decent amount of experience in payroll, who over time can learn and understand our system and step up when there is when the time comes that the accounting manager decides to retire. But whether or not I would say for a certainty that we would eliminate one of those positions once it was vacant, I couldn't say that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Stanowitz. Any other questions or comments? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So back to the payroll coordinator, because again, so we're adding a position, which comes with benefits and, things of that nature, so you're thinking down the road, right now we've got a lot of help from, with outside money coming in, and just combing through everything. Is it possible to have that a part-time position, because, anything will be help, or does it not even make sense at all because we're dealing with numbers?
Thank you for that question. My biggest concern is finding someone who would do that on a part-time basis. And I think as Rick Ledwith mentioned earlier, trying to recruit for a position at that level, even a higher level, has its own concerns. And I'm not even sure, how successful we'd be. I know that a lot of recruitments at the executive level, at a department level or assistant director level, A lot of viable candidates have decided to stay where they are because of they're part of a defined benefits program and they don't want to give up a pension and whatever. So, it's hard. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but a recruitment, I'm not sure how successful we'd be, but if we had to, yes, I would certainly accept a part-time position to help out. And over time, if that person was able to learn the process, and if we saw the need to transition that to a full-time position, then I certainly can see that happening down the road as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. And do you want, Mr. Levitt? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, I mean, the market right now is, as we're all experiencing and our various positions, is very, very tight right now. And we're posting positions, the market, for a part-time payroll coordinator probably wouldn't exist. It'd be very minimal. However, both of these positions, Matt, the former town manager, and myself as the director of HR had talked about this over time. The amount of productivity coming out of our finance department right now with the staff that we have and our responsibilities, that Peter outlined is simply amazing. I mean, it is a tight ship in finance right now, and we're literally, we're at a point now at a $300 million organization where we have, if we were to lose one person unexpectedly, gets sick and is going to be out for 6 or 8 or 10 months, we are in trouble. That's how tight our department is right now. And that's a credit to Peter. He's been a steward of our money for a very, very long time, and he treats this $300 million like it's his very own, and he hates to go spend it, and that, as we all have seen over the years, anywhere. So it took a lot of convincing from Matt and myself to really say we need to make sure that finance is in a good position for when we do start to see these changes coming down the road. So these are 2 positions that I highly recommend as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. And again, thank you, Mr. Cortez. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Zdanovitz.
Sorry, I have an alibi. So I guess coming from the business world, coordinator is really kind of almost out of a college kind of level position in the business world. And taking someone that comes from a medium-sized family business where titles didn't matter, but they do, right? So if this position, and I'm kind of, I'm hearing questions and answers, is that the appropriate title, not knowing municipal finance, like being in there, as far as what position? Because I'm listening, I'm hearing the responsibilities, quasi-management. Is it not necessarily even a coordinator position, but maybe something else? Because, titles matter, actually, it really do. And, even the salary you threw out there is not an entry-level salary. And so, but this, in my mind, is an entry-level title. So I question, so we support your decision to have an additional person. Is the title appropriate?
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, it's coordinator, it's a payroll supervisor, is what it is. The person's going to be supervising the payroll process. That's probably more appropriate because that person is going to be supervising the payroll specialist, and that person is going to ensure that the payroll is processed. Every payroll, 5 payrolls a month are processed, and that person would report to the accounting manager, who would have the overall authority to make any decisions regarding any changes in payroll. So yes, I would say a payroll supervisor is more appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Zdanovitz. That's a good point. And so, just to confirm, it's not an entry-level position?
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Mr. David.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Privatera, would it be possible for you to, not this evening, but in the very near future, draft a department diagram of the different positions? And in the diagram, it would be helpful if you could show us which positions would be capable of being cross-trained, so that we can see in the short term and the long term where everybody fits in the organization with respect to this particular department. I think that would be helpful. I know it would be helpful for me.
Thank you, Mr. David. I mean, on that, I think potentially to eligible retirement age might be, or not age, but, not age, but at eligible retirement.
Yeah, actually, that's a great suggestion, because sometimes when we're talking financial analysts, financial systems analysts, 1 and 2, it does get confusing after a while, so certainly we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you, Mr. Privatera. Any,
One more segue.
okay, Mr. Sidoti?
I know, listen, sorry. But, actually, that makes a lot of sense, Leon, because I was a proponent back in the Board of Ed side is for organizational charts, and to include them in the budget as well, because that is awful helpful. And I remember asking that question, and being municipal versus private, they look, what do you mean? So, but we had one, and we had direct reports and who reported to who. And so that was something that I think not only on the finance side, but I think it would be helpful for us, certainly myself, to have it for every organization as counselors here. So that's just my piece on that.
Thank you. All right. But that would probably be a good add to department. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there anything else for
Yeah,
this?
yeah, we would like to.
Okay.
We'd like to
Go
do
ahead.
the non-departmental.
Continue.
If you see the tab, non-departmentals, page 16-1. Okay. You're all there? Okay. I'd like to go through these quickly and just highlight some of the changes and answer any questions you might have. There's really no change in the probate allocation. The general fund contingency, you could see how it's dropped from the adopted 1.6 to the 960,000. And basically, the $960,000 is our estimate for potential wage settlements moving forward. The radio system maintenance is consistent. The private school health services, there's a slight increase for the nursing services. There's two components. There's nursing and there's transportation. The nursing services have a slight increase, basically, wage and step increases. The non-public school transportation is going up 3%, and I'm certain that's because of primarily the cost of contracting out. Revaluation litigation, we increased that from $25,000 to $150,000 only because it's a reval year, and we've experienced challenges to primarily commercial valuations and reval years, and we do end up in court in a number of cases. We're not going to talk about the health district tonight because the district director will be coming here at the next meeting, and she'll be presenting her budget. We did something a little different under the employee benefits. The health insurance, actually, we're showing it going down slightly with the move over to the state partnership plan. Even though it had gone up a little for next year, we had some savings in the current year, so we're amortizing the savings over a period of time, which means that we were able to bring it down very slightly. For all intents and purposes, it's flat. And we normally do see a year-over-year increase in our health budget. You'll see pension and pension obligation debt service. The reason it's here is because if you look at the adopted of 19.66 million, that was our pension liability. Now, when we say pension liability, this is the town's portion of it. The Board of Education non-certified staff have a portion of it. All our grant-funded programs that have positions that are part of the pension plan have a portion of it. This is only the town's portion of it. So you can see that we wanted to make sure that there was a proper comparison here. So From 19.66 million in the current year, it's going down to roughly 18.2 million for next year. It's a combination of the pension cost, the 5.3 million, and the debt service on the bonds, the 12.9 million. And as I stated earlier, when we sold the bonds, not only did we fully fund the pension liability, but we did provide some budgetary relief. Overall, the budgetary relief was about $2 million, and that was relief to the Board of Ed, primarily relief to the town, and relief to some grant-funded programs. But as you can see, that cost is below the 19.6, and it's well below what we would have had to have paid if we didn't do anything, and our actuarially determined employer contribution would have gone up in '23. So that was a good thing. The MDC is relatively flat, a minor increase. My hat's off to them. They finally got the message, I guess. I don't know, but we were consistently seeing significant increases. But for the past this year and next year, we're glad and we're happy that they're giving us a pretty much flat budget. The COVID-19, that's just a charge that was made. We're showing up in that column, but we're going to move that out before the end of the year. So that represents all of the non-departmental programs. If you have any specific questions on any program, I'd be happy to answer.
Mr. Davidoff.
So on the private school health services, we show no number for actual expenses for 6 months, as well as the non-public school transportation, no actuals.
Okay.
Do we have that data yet?
Do you want to answer that?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. We do have that data. I'm not sure why it didn't get picked up, but I can certainly get that information for you.
Okay,
There's certainly 6 months worth of numbers that should be in here.
Because the reason I think that's important, because when I look at the 2021 actual and adopted on the public school health services, the delta was about 120,000, and the delta on the non-public school transportation was about 330,000, which is about $450,000 delta. So if we could get
Yeah, I can answer that question. And usually it's sometimes, for whatever reason, we don't bring the charges over. But with respect to the school nurses, there was one position less that was unfunded in the prior year that's funded for next year. With respect to the transportation, they were running with fewer buses last year because of COVID, and we had a substantial savings, and now they're back up to full strength. Those are the real reasons why we're seeing jumps. But, the 6-month actual, for some reason, sometimes when we're bringing the numbers over from these types of programs, sometimes they just don't come over, and we should have picked up on that,
May
but
I
we will.
interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
So basically, this is a transfer at the end of the year to fund both private school nurses and private school transportation. So if you look farther in non-departmental, you will see private school services and private school busing. Let me just get the page number for you. It's on 16.4. So that's where their expenses are. We just make a contribution to them at the end of the year, and it will always, it won't be, there will not be a balance in there until June 30th. So there is no actual 6 months, because we only transfer once a year.
Thank you.
Mr. Davidoff.
So so we're not going to put those numbers over here, we're just going to go over by 16.4, is that what you're saying?
Correct. There will be no number there until the very end of the year. It's just a transfer, basically a contribution from the general fund to private school services, and that's at the end of the year. But this fund, the Private School Services Fund, Fund 25, it accounts for all of the nurses during the year. It accounts for all of the busing. All of the costs are within this fund, and then it's determined at the end of the year how much we need to contribute to that fund.
Right. I think what you're asking, and we certainly can do it, is to populate that with an estimated number. We do transfer at the end of the year, now that Lisa mentioned it, but we certainly can put in an estimate of expense for the first 6 months.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Thank you, but for school, that's going to be a little odd because there's really, 8, 9, 10 months of, right, so.
Well, actually, Lisa's right in one respect. It's not an actual because we didn't transfer it. But if you look at the estimated column, it is estimating what we think they're going to spend. So we would have to, the nursing, we certainly can do that. Because of the school year, I don't know if it's going to be actually half of what we think they're going to spend. Same with busing, because that's seasonal. It only happens during certain months of the year. But we can certainly reach out to them to try to get an estimate on both categories.
Okay. All right. Other questions? Okay. Then we can keep going.
We're going to have Jared Moran step up, do his presentation on the IT department.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Moran?
Good to see you all. So I'll start with page 5-1, just doing a couple highlights here. Some of the highlights of our highlights include digitization of over 700 paper forms that have resulted in thousands of online submissions for our residents. Wireless is now at Rockledge, Cornerstone, the skating rink, Elmwood Community Center, and we're expanding that this year as well. We've maintained over 99% uptime for our entire network over the past 12 months. And we've closed over 17,000 support tickets, help desk tickets, maintaining an average of 4.9 stars out of 5 stars from the customer service survey results that is received to each user when they get the ticket closed. They actually get a little survey where they can mark a star on what they felt their service was, how it was met. On the next page, just to highlight some of the goals for this coming fiscal year. Implementing formal cybersecurity training. In the past, it's been informal. I've offered it to departments, but not all have attended, so we're trying to make that formal. Replacing 100% of our core network hardware that's greater than 15 years old, so that includes the police, the fire department, town hall, our data center. Replacing the rapid response system at our schools with a new state-of-the-art system that does everything from texting staff to alerting over digital signage, blue strobe lights that activate in case you're in a hard-to-hear area. So we're starting that at Conard. We're almost ready to implement that in the next month or so. We have a training next week, actually. And this is another huge project. Our entire phone system for the town and schools is still using a very old technology called PRIs. It's an analog technology that's being deprecated by the vendor. They gave us very little notice, and it goes away in April. So we're kind of in a rush now to switch the entire back end of the phone technology for the town and schools, which is thousands of phone numbers, to a new technology through Comcast, which will basically leverage the internet instead of the analog technology. And it couldn't be more timely, as we had another phone outage last week that lasted over a day, which means no school, no town building could even call 911. So that's not good. Luckily, we still have the emergency radios. The people can still communicate, and we had the police visit the buildings routinely to just make sure things were safe. But that's a big issue for us. And last but not least, our another goal is through the ARPA funding, getting wireless to all of our public parks, West Hartford Center and Blueback Square. So right now, equipment's on order for that, and we're very excited about the project. On to the next page. This is basically a roll-forward budget. The same level of FTEs and current services. And on page 5-4, where it's kind of itemized out, there are two notable exceptions to that kind of current service roll forward budget, and that is an increase of 35.7% for adding Office 365 to our Microsoft contract. So this is a game changer for the town. It's going to really improve communications between all stakeholders. We'll be able to effectively collaborate on large documents. I know that's been an issue, especially during COVID. You couldn't share large files over email. You couldn't online collaborate. It's very similar to the Google environment. So we'll have OneDrive instead of Google Drive on the town side. We'll have Microsoft Teams instead of WebEx, and it's all going to be, the synergy is just all going to be there. You can access Excel from the web browser, and PowerPoint, and Word, and basically your office will follow you wherever you are, even on your smartphone. So we've already added that to the contract. We're already in the initial stages of migrating our email mailboxes, to the cloud, which will also improve reliability. Right now, I have one staff member maintaining our entire email system. And he has to do nighttime maintenance to limit interruptions, but then we don't have email for police and fire because, they are still operating, obviously. So that'll go away, and it'll all be hosted by Microsoft. So that's exciting, currently underway now. But that's why you see the increase into next year to kind of compensate for that, and why you see a pretty high 6-month actual for that line right now, because the contract already got renewed. It renews in November each year. A couple other things that are kind of a transfer more than an increase. Our increase of $25,000 for our DR, our disaster recovery system. That was in CNRE before, so we moved it from CNRE to this budget because it's just more appropriate as an annual license to be in operating instead of CNRE. But other than that, it's a pretty straightforward, similar budget to last year, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And it is amazing what you do with your staff as well as Mr. Privatera and Lisa and the staff in finance. So the Office 365, is that an annual cost or is that a start? Is there anything more in this year to acquire it or no?
No, it's a great question. It's a 3-year contract, and so there is an annual payment. It actually technically is a $6,000 decrease that's not reflected here because by taking Microsoft Dynamics, which was the former financial system, off of that contract, we were able to add Office 365 without any budgetary impact. So that was kind of the impetus for it, actually through the rescue funds, because at one point we were talking about Google for Government, but we looked at the numbers and said, this is a massive increase. It was going to be $600,000 up front and $200,000 every year, whereas the schools essentially get it for free because Google does Google for Education differently. So that's when we looked more closely at Office 365 and realized, we're going to get all the same benefits and not have to pay that much. So
Great. That's good. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, Mr. Winograd.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm sorry, just continuing on that point. I had the same question the mayor did, but I didn't understand the answer. So the budget went up 100 for operating expense, goes up 125,000, which you show is the Microsoft, the Veeam renewal, and AppGeo.
yeah, AppGeo, thank you, is our GIS system, Geographic Information System, and they do a lot of special projects for us, and one of the special projects we're doing right now with them is a building mapping project using LiDAR technology, which gives you these great renderings and 3D capabilities to basically almost fly through the building and see, for future planning and projects. We have a lot of just not very accurate maps out there. We've had students do projects with maps, but then one of my favorite quotes is an elementary principal said, "The music wing's missing on my map." Like, there's entire wings of buildings that aren't on their building maps. So we're trying to be creative here and working in partnership with some of our other departments and this vendor to do that.
All right, thank you. And but I thought you had said, the mayor asked about whether it's annual. You said, so it is an annual fee, it is an annual cost.
For Office 365.
Right, and for the other two as well?
For the DR system, yes, but not for AppGeo.
So AppGeo is a one-time?
Right.
Okay. So just looking to see how much the base is increasing. So you've got the 24% increase, but 50,000 of that is a one time? Okay. And so 625 is kind of the accurate,
Correct.
Moving forward?
Yeah, and the other increase is 15% under rentals and leases, and that's for a backup internet service. So we've added a secondary internet service to our primary in case it ever goes down. Everything's internet-based nowadays. If the internet goes down, a lot of departments just can't do their job. So that was really important to us.
But I have that right, that 50,000 or so of that is not permanent?
Correct, for AppGeo 50,000. Yes.
Okay, and the rest of it is? Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Good question. Mr. Sedano.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Switching over to the Google in the Office 365, I know that we had a lot of issues on our platform in the schools during COVID, being shut down, getting broken into and such. Does this help with that security? You know, Google being probably the largest on the planet, probably the most vulnerable, I would imagine, but I'm not an IT guy, so I asked the question. As far as security goes and how that will help you and our town go forward.
It's a great question. Through you, Madam Mayor, it is a moving target. It's cat and mouse. So we get alerts every day on, from the feds, from CISA, which is an organization that's information sharing network between states, FBI, CIA, Connecticut Intelligence Center, CTIC. We're always a little behind on that because you don't really know the threat until someone else got hit. And then it's a matter of, did they hit us? And then we spend a lot of time scanning our network, patching holes, doing updates. So, I can't really answer for Microsoft how secure they are, but to your point, and this is actually very timely, Microsoft always patches their stuff first. The customers with on-premise email like us are last. So in that regard, we'll be much safer because when there's an exploit in the wild for Exchange, which is the email system, they're not releasing that to their on-premise customers. They're taking care of their environment first. So in that regard, we're going to always be protected well ahead of the other on-premise folks.
Thank you for that question. Thank you. All right, Mr. Sweeney.
Sure, thank you so much. Kind of picking up where Mark left off, do you feel that we're adequately funding you to keep the town relatively secure with all the things that are going on and all the things that we experienced, I think, in the last year? And are there other things that you're looking at, that sort of thing? I know that's been a big issue, and I imagine with all the things going on in the world right now, that may become a much larger issue going forward, particularly for municipalities and school systems.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a tough question because it's not always a factor of more money because you need people to implement those projects and manage those projects and support those projects. So it would be more of a combination of more funding and more personnel, which right now I think we're okay. We're kind of at a good place. We're recovering from all the COVID, infrastructure issues we had. We learned a lot from that. We've improved a lot of our customer service policies, standard operating procedures. We're having our regular meetings again because we were so separated before. And virtual, Zoom fatigue is a real thing. You can look it up. I was going crazy with that, but more crazy, I should say. But yeah, it's tough. It is tough. But I think because I have the right people on the bus and in the right seats, we're really making adequate progress.
Thank you. Good question also. On ARPA, we had, I thought, allocated some cybersecurity investments for you. That was
correct. We did $30,000 to basically help support that cybersecurity initiative I mentioned here. So the virtual CISO, which is a Chief Information Security Officer position, it's not a real person, but you basically contract a service. It's a virtual person that helps you with cybersecurity, and that's what that was going to help fund. Because the more secure we are, the better it is for not just the internal stakeholders, but our external stakeholders. We have data from our customers in our systems, our residents.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. David.
Okay. So my understanding is that information technology is supposed to make us more productive. So my question is, when we switch over to the Microsoft software, I presume we're going to have some sort of web-based training so that all of our users will be able to become more productive, correct?
Correct. Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. So the plan is initially migrate the email system, which will be transparent. No one will notice except suddenly everything of your email will be, it's called a live migration, so it happens live and you don't really notice any difference. Then we'll go department by department for training with OneDrive. OneDrive, similar to Google Drive, is cloud-based storage. So no more VPNing in to get to your files, no more like, hey, can you collaborate on this document with me? And then everyone's emailing attachments back and forth of different versions of the same file. That goes away because now you can all access it in real time. It comes with SharePoint. It comes with all kinds of stuff we've never had. And we'll target the departments that we know want to be early adopters so that they can be the champions and then, success breeds success. When this department hears how well that department's doing, they're going to want to do it. Because it's really all about how is it received. It's not just how great the product is. You have to want to embrace the change.
Right, so I get that. So internally, we're going to become more productive. The people have the training necessary to do the day-to-day functions and operations. The other part is when the community needs to interface with the department, because there's, people are reluctant to do it the old way, which was pick up a telephone and call somebody. They say, well, I can just go online and look this up. So will this change, okay, enhance the ability of our community, I guess, users or interfacers, to receive the information that they want in a more efficient and understandable way?
Absolutely. The best example for that is, yeah, you can go to the website, find the right department, find the person you need to talk to, and then the roadblock we hit is when it gets to the information sharing, like, oh, I need this building plan. Those are large files, and we can't share it with them over email because every email system has a cap for attachment size. Now you'll be able to just send them a link through Google OneDrive, no size limit, and you'll be able to be a view mode, edit mode, or commenter mode. So the sender gets to control those permissions themselves. And now you can have a back and forth dialogue in real life time online with OneDrive, with the resident.
Yeah, and just one more question. So a lot of our departments use department-specific software that they interact with, whether it be the end user or vendors. Will this transition, how will that affect that ability to do that? So, for example, in the building department, we just are rolling out CityView, okay, which we were told was going to make it very easy for contractors and residents and the staff to approve the plans, and sort of a one-stop thing to expedite interaction at the building department, okay, which in turn was our hope to make economic development a lot easier. So my question is this going to be able to integrate with these systems to accomplish? I think the end goal is we don't really want the employees, nor do we want our community members or our vendors to be frustrated because what are you doing in West Hartford? Okay, you just keep changing things up and I don't know where you are. Or are we moving in a path that's getting us to the point where everyone says, no, you should do it the way West Hartford does it because they've got it in the right direction and you can get all the information you need and it's a great place to do business. So,
Great question. Through you, Madam Mayor. I would frame it this way. It's supplement, not supplant. The Microsoft system is really going to supplement all those other systems. So, for example, using CityView as the model, you're doing all the online application, you're getting approvals through the workflow, but then there's a stop. Maybe something gets blocked, denied, rejected, put on hold because you need more collaboration. You need to look at the plans and have more of a plan review. Well, that system's not going to do that. That's more for the final process and workflow. That's where OneDrive can come in handy. So now you're online collaborating. You don't have to physically come to town hall to have that back and forth with the system. Then the final document can be uploaded into CityView and become part of that record.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. Ms. Blanks?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, just have a quick question because we use this tool. It's great. So my question is, as you begin to roll this out through town and on the board side, how long do you anticipate before everyone, is able to get online, use it properly? And what kind of job aids would you be providing? Because some of the more seasoned staff will take a little longer. And then I worry about your staff in terms of the number of people that you have to support everybody else, especially that one gentleman who right now is doing all the email stuff. So can you give me an idea of, their, I guess, their capacity, if you will?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. It's a great question. Fatigue and burnout is real. As everyone probably knows, the pandemic hit IT very hard in all over, not just here. I would say that the nice thing about this rollout is we control the timeline. It's not like, oh, this is being turned off on this date and we're on a hard deadline. We'll get to really carefully roll it out. And then the goal, and Microsoft will help us with this, is you find those champions in each department and it becomes train the trainer. So that we're not doing all of the heavy lifting ourselves. You find those early adopters, the people that want to help. And Microsoft also includes a service that's included called Fast Track. So Fast Track is kind of a guide on the side. It's a consulting service. They don't touch anything, but they'll give you whatever guidance you need, and they'll take a look over your shoulder virtually and say, like, oh, you should have trained it this way or done it this way, or here's a bunch of online documents, videos, tutorials. So I really do think this is going to go rather smooth. I mean, we switched the entire school district to Google, and that was a much larger feat, so I think we'll be good.
Terrific. Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Good to hear. Any other questions? All right. I think that's it. You're out of the hot seat.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks so much, and thank you for all that you have done for these past number of years you've been here, but especially these last 2 years. All right.
We're going to hear from Human Resources next.
Okay, thanks. Good evening,
everyone.
Good evening.
So, I'd just like to start out by saying this is my first time, so bear with me, and I'm going to lean on Rick a little. So, but one thing that I think I'd like to open with, because I think you're going to hear this repeatedly from each department, is the personnel need and this sort of great resignation that we're all facing. So we're a small department, and we have faced our challenges with COVID, and I think, we've done a lot to stay on top of all the changes, as far as like virtual recruitment, expanding different ways to reach new people. And one thing that sort of hit me today, because I spoke to several departments, is that we really have this need for succession planning, and we really are lacking in that category. So I think it's something that, you asked Peter about the cross-training, Mrs. Blanks. I think that's an excellent question, but when you're so limited on the resources, there's no one to backfill those jobs. So we're trying. So it's a major focus, I think, for us, and we're open to trying new things and looking at new venues and doing a lot of internal training, leadership training, and development for the department. So that's been one of my major focuses. So I just wanted to open with that. So to hit on some of the highlights that we've done during the past fiscal year, calendar year, as I talked about with the recruitments, we've been working very closely with public safety on this recruiting. And I think that we've built some very positive relationships with the chief of police and his staff. We meet with them quarterly, and we're exploring new ideas and doing some expediting of the process. For example, their application wasn't online. We now have that application online. So we're responding much quicker to the applications that we get and doing the testing in our department and passing it on to them so that we can move the process quickly. And coming up with new ways to reach people, recruiting. We did 2 job fairs with them, and we hope to do more this year. We have some new creative ideas about getting out on the radio, getting on billboards, so we're really exploring outside of the box. One of the most significant things for me, I was tasked with when I came, was the diversity, equity, inclusion training, and I'm happy to say that to date we have trained 244 of our full-time staff. And it's been done by department. We started with the leadership group, and we just are almost done with the fire department. And it's been a very positive experience for employees. There's as you know, we're trying to recruit for the diversity equity officer. So the plan is to continue to take this initiative forward and do some some internal and external outreach. We also formed an employee recognition committee, recognizing that staff have certainly been stressed out and everybody's experiencing a lot of internal and external stressors. So we have a committee together, and we're working on some initiatives like fun stuff and also recognizing employees for their work. We've been very actively engaged with our EAP program, and they've been really helpful in providing us with lots of training resources. So we're continuing to utilize them, and we have a quarterly newsletter that we're sending out internally to all our staff to update of what's going on. As Peter and Lisa mentioned, the Munis program, we also have taken that project on and have moved a lot of our processes to that system. We did an online benefits enrollment this year, which was very successful. And I'm sure as each year goes by, it'll become much more easier, but we got all of our employees to put all of their data and their dependents in so that we're able to do that electronically. And we're also beginning to look at some new benefits that we can offer. We're going to do a survey to see what people are looking for. Under the risk management, we did a building lockdown drill and a review of the active shooter training. We just put together an updated emergency response guide that will go in all the departments. And we have received and we'll talk about it when we look at the risk budget, but we received a credit from one of our providers of $130,000. And we continue to see a decline in workers' comp claims over the past 5 years. So those were some of the highlights. What we're looking at for this year is to continue with our DEI initiatives. We're going to roll out some safety program updates and training. We're going to revisit our organizational goals and look at leadership management training. So that is that. That was page 7.1. So if we move on to the summary of the budget, as we mentioned, that increase in salaries is basically due to the contractual raises. On page 7.4, I'd like to just address those percent changes. The dues and travel increase was, we were going to send one of our staff employees to the Munis conference, but she's decided to wait and go next year, so that goes away. And then for the contractual services increase, that is some funds that we're putting aside to do some of our employee recognition programs. And I think that's it on that page. Any questions on that before I
Any questions for
move along?
Mr. David?
So during the COVID pandemic, a lot of our employees were working remotely, as was the town council. And I'm just wondering if you could give us an update as to what's happening now with respect to our employees. Still remote, hybrid, remote, back in. If we could get an understanding as to where we stand with respect to that, and whether or not we were able to find maybe a best practice with some of that remote work.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. That's a great question, and it's certainly a topic that has come up many times through department meetings and through many departments. For the most part, we are pretty much all back in the office, but there has been requests for people to have some flexibility, and we've looked at those requests independently to see, does it really serve the clientele best? I think that it's something that we'll need to take a closer look at, because I think it's a need for certain people who have young children, who have difficulty finding childcare. So it's something we've talked about, but haven't come up with any formalized plan.
And just to follow up, would productivity also be a measure in whether,
Of
in
course.
the assessment as to whether or not that's feasible or not?
Yes, and I think that's the struggle. It's how do we track that productivity? I mean, there are different methods technologically to do that, but I think it's a challenge.
You said? Oh, thank you. And I do think a part of the challenge is going to be recruitment too, because many
Right.
people have either experienced it or they have the expectation of having some flexibility.
Also, with the price of gasoline now, that's become another barrier for certain people.
Okay. Mr. Cortez?
So I just have a question with the diversity, equity, and inclusion training.
Yes.
Is it in person? Do they have a facilitator, or is it a video? And then how many hours is the training?
Okay, thank you, through you, madam. We started with the leadership team, and we did that virtually, because at that point in time, we were all at home. And we have a consultant that we've utilized. After that training, we then did the first-line managers and supervisors, and we did that in person, and we've been doing them all in person since then. So,
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Mr. Zadanis?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, kind of a follow-up to that. In fact, I'm sorry, I'm new here too, so I didn't catch your name.
Kathy Lombardi.
Okay, thanks. When the military wants to train 2.1 million people within 4 months, they do train a trainer kind of thing. And this way that, it gives each department kind of ownership of it. So on this particular diversity, equity, and inclusion, have you thought about doing that and then training your leadership, right? And then them training so that you don't have to necessarily do it in person and it gets done within 2 months, not 6 months, 8 months, a year. So just wondering if something that's considered.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So once we've pretty much finished the initial phase now of training all of our full-time staff. So the plan is to start to form sort of departmental or interdepartmental councils that would meet and start the dialogue and see what people are looking for, and then branch it out from that point. So as far as additional training at this point, I think we've kind of covered that initial phase of training.
But, I guess what I'm getting at is if, instead of training 188 people in person individually, maybe by yourself, you train 10 people, and they then branch off and train 300 people. That's what I guess I'm getting at. Not necessarily additional training, but it's called train the trainer.
Right.
And it provides you with more time, or your department with more time, so you're not having to do it on Zoom and going to each department. You have them, each department leader, if you will, and then they train their groups. So I guess maybe that's what I was trying to get at versus more training. So I don't know if that's something that, a model you considered.
Mr. Ledwith has some.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and we had done this prior to Mr. Zdanowicz's joining the council, but we had added an equity officer position to our ranks, and that person will actually report into the town manager. So we're in the process of hiring that person, which is Dr. Rosina Haskins' counterpart on the town side. So that person will be responsible for working with our entire workforce. So that will be the person who will be working and setting that culture within each department and train the trainer type of activity. So we're excited about that. But that was before you joined the council. So yeah, you're welcome.
I apologize for not getting the question right.
That's okay. All right, Ms. Billings-Smith.
Hi, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I see on your highlights, you highlight the police department has 37% minority hiring and 8% female. In terms of that, can you tell me the other, the numbers for the entire town?
So Through you, Madam Mayor. We've been working on these numbers, and I was actually talking to Rick about it this morning. They're constantly changing in the sense that we're doing recruiting, especially in the police department, on a regular basis. So, for example, when I looked at these numbers and then I pulled the data from people we've just hired, it's changing all the time, but I would be happy to provide you with that information.
And to back that up also with the recruitment, you said that you were going to start doing it through radio, other creative ways.
Yes.
Do you plan to keep it regional, or do you plan to broaden that also?
We're open to just about anything because we see the need is so great that if there's opportunities to expand outside of our area, we would absolutely take that opportunity.
Awesome. And what, I didn't see, is it in the general fund of what you're willing to spend on recruitment? Or the general expenses, excuse me, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
Awesome. And as far as the DEI training, and do you have metrics? So you say you have a consultant. Do you have metrics to provide or to know that it's working?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that will be our next phase. So we haven't put together anything for what we've done so far, but it's something that we can take a look at. But I think going forward and with the position being filled, that there's certainly metrics that we want to set that are reasonable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Billy Smith. Ms. Blanks?
Madam Mayor, so I'm going to piggyback off of that because that was one of my questions in terms of how do you evaluate. And so because you're still working on that, do you, after the training, have some type of debriefing session in terms of observation, what was delivered, how staff received, where you can perhaps improve?
Through you, Madam Mayor. That is literally, that's our next step. We were hoping the recruitment would be more successful in a timely manner, to have a debriefing starting with the leadership team and then start to form these other councils to get together as groups and assess what people gathered from those trainings in their certain departments. We're really just beginning on the journey. We're on the path, but those are all great ideas and great things, and we certainly will be looking into doing those. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have another question through you. And then in terms of the advertisement for public safety, and I heard you when you mentioned the job fairs and the billboards. So my question is, are you thinking or are you doing social media platforms? Because as we, sort of trend out of the seasoned folks and into
Yes.
the younger folks, I know a lot of, and the two young folks at the table can attest to that, so.
So, through you, Madam Mayor. So we just met last week, and Amanda Martin from the Police Department has joined our group, and she's wonderfully full of good ideas. So she's given us some suggestions about ways to target that population. And interestingly enough, it seems that what she was, more than social media, was just getting out there with the youth. Like being in the school as an SRO officer or being at an event, that's in town, and just dialoguing. One of the things we talked about was at those events, having a booth set up or, a table with information where people could come and talk with a police officer. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Cortez.
One more question with regards to the DEI.
Yes.
Is there an opportunity where if we wanted to sit in one of these sessions and just kind of see what it looks like, could that be available?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we have talked about was when we get the equity officer position on board is doing this type of training with the council and with our boards and commissions. So this person will have direct access to our entire workforce, all 425 full-time employees, but also our elected officials as well as our volunteers for boards and commissions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
And that has been a request from the library board.
Absolutely. All right.
Okay. So,
You want to move to the risk
the
management
risk
fund?
management budget, okay.
On page 7-7.
7-7. So, Rick and I met with Lisa Machado, our risk manager, and went through the budget. So, I'll address where the changes are in the last year's budget. So if we look at page 7.9 and under office expense, the increase of 17.9%, believe it or not, she said is really attributed to supplies, and one specific supply was toners, and the need for more toners and the cost of them. So that was the significant increase in that line item. Telecommunication, no, that went down, right. So I think that was it on that page. If
Page 7.10.
7.10 has several things that are different. Under the claims administration, well, under professional services, there was an increase of 50%, and that increase was due to the contract that we have with PMA, and it goes, it's a 4-year contract, and in year 3 and 4, there's an increase in that, so that reflects that. The 4.8% increase in claims administration was just an administrative cost passed on. And in insurance services was due to an actuarial increase that took place. And then on the workers' comp assessments, that had a significant increase, which was allocated for expense and subrogation and paying for medical claims. Did I miss anything on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a couple of additions. So the workers' compensation claims, which drives the majority of this budget, you can see is going up 5.4%, up from $2.3 million. So it's an interesting situation that we have going on right now with our workers' compensation claims, because overall, they're dropping significantly. But what we've had happen is we are in the middle of, we're working with our outside counsel right now. We're settling 2 rather large claims, workers' compensation claims, where folks are not going to be able to come back to work. So there's additional charges and cost to settling those types of claims that are baked into that $2.4 million. But this isn't really an assessment of our overall workforce. Our overall claims are down with our active population, which is good news. We're just settling these 2 claims, which is baked into that $2.4 million. In fact, right now we are through the first half of the fiscal year, our total workers' compensation claims are $432,000. So, which is very, very strong number.
Thank you. That's helpful to have that perspective.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, Mr. Winograd?
Yeah, so, and those 2 claims are, we think, unusual, so next year it'll be dramatically lower.
As long as we don't have another
Yeah.
2 settlements like this, yeah, it should drop pretty significantly for next year.
I mean, I just want to, we're not just taking, like, the 2 worst, if it weren't for the 2 worst claims, then we'd be okay.
This number would be much better.
Right, but that, presume that would be the case every year. These were unusual in terms of.
That's a good question. That's a good point. Through you, Madam Mayor, it's, so you can almost count on one of these types of claims a year. So 2 would be a little out of the ordinary. 1, probably not so much in my 20 years. It's probably been, maybe not every single year, but every other year you'll see 1 claim at least where we're settling something.
Right. So, because, obviously, the couple of big ones are going to be driving a lot of this, not just,
Right.
the number of small ones. So
Yeah.
that's hard. Hopefully, we don't want to see anybody get injured on the job, obviously.
Correct, yeah.
And obviously, things happen and, can't create a pattern out of 1 to 2, but
Yeah.
obviously, the more we can do to avoid those.
Exactly. We have strong safety programs built in, and the focus in all of our manual labor positions is on safety, and that, we never stop that, but accidents happen sometimes, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Winograd. And how old are these claims? I mean, when did the,
So these claims have been ongoing for a number of years. Both of these claims, in the age of the claimants, one is probably closer to retirement age, the other one is probably, mid-50s age-wise, yeah. So,
okay,
but
thank you.
they've been long-standing claims for the last few years.
Okay. Thank you. All right, anything else on this?
Actually, just if I can share this with you, but we did a projection of the past 5 years' workers' comp claims, and there's a graph there that actually shows that there's been a decrease, so.
Okay,
Helpful.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
good, thank you. All right,
Okay.
so health benefits? Oh, no, are we doing that? Yeah.
We can, yeah. So health benefits, as Peter mentioned, we joined the state partnership plan, as everybody knows. So all of our full-time employees, with the exception of our firefighters, are in the state partnership plan. Our retirees are still not in the state partnership plan, but new retirees will go into the state partnership plan. And we were very fortunate. We joined last July. We saw a reduction in our costs. We are expecting an increase in the premiums for July 1st, but because we had our savings from last year, it'll just float us back up to where we were. So we will have a flat budget for healthcare this year, which is exceptional. Our firefighter claims they're in a high deductible health plan with Anthem, and those claims are running well as well. And our retiree health claims that are self-insured through a TPA are running very well. So it's a good news report from the healthcare perspective. Actually, for the risk management budget overall, as you saw, it's a slight decrease overall. It's a year in my 20 years, I'm not sure we ever had, 21 years.
It's true, because we were able to amortize surplus from last year to carry
Yeah,
over this
yeah.
year, so you're right.
So, excellent news on the risk management front.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Mr. Cortez?
With regards to the retirees, would it be cost effective down the road to move them over to the state shared plan? Or is it kind of, just apples and apples?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it absolutely would be. So the issue, unfortunately, is our old retirees who retired with the contracts that they had at the time got to retire with what they had at that time. So we didn't have the legal ability to approach our retirees and move them into the state partnership plan, because we would have saved an exception, even 3 times what we saved if we moved our retirees over. However, we did do an open enrollment. Our benefits division did an open enrollment with our current retirees. The plan is such a good plan. We were hoping that that would help sell our retirees who are out there with this old plan that they've become accustomed to at least entertaining the state partnership plan, and they had. So I think we moved 80 retirees who didn't have to move over into the state partnership plan. So outstanding news that we were able to get at least some migration over.
We just need to continue to educate them, because there are certain benefits for retirees. Like if you have a chronic health problem, you don't have to pay for your office visits. And there's things that really, if they understood it, it would be a cost savings for everyone. So.
Could there be outreach by a current employee, that a current retiree that has moved to that plan, to
We could certainly look at that.
more senior.
Yeah.
That's a great
That's-
question,
that's a
too.
good
I think,
idea.
yeah, our
Yeah.
next open enrollment, we shouldn't do it. We should have a
Right.
retiree who made the conversion
Right,
do it.
Yeah.
right.
And we'll pay them
Maybe somebody that
donuts and
people-
coffee.
Yeah.
But maybe somebody that people know,
Yeah.
that they worked with potentially. I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah, Ms. Place?
So to piggyback on that, would you be able to maybe provide a link and have some education around the benefits of moving over?
So we did an educational program, had a video of it, and it is available to them, but you kind of have to keep nudging.
Change is hard, and people,
Yeah.
and they're scared. I think a
Yeah.
lot of people don't understand the benefit. Mr. Cortez?
And if I can add to that, if it's similar to mine, it's because I'm a retired state employee, if you know, like I said, it's education and you save money. I mean, I recommend the change.
So let's record.
Yes, so I'll put it on the record, so.
Mr. Cortez is coming to the sign-up.
We're inviting Counselor Cortez to the next open enrollment meeting.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. Anything? Oh, Mr. David?
I just have a question on the stop loss insurance. So we adopted last year 60,000, and the actual was 271, and this year we're proposing 238. Why were we so far off?
So what happened, through you, Madam Mayor, so when we moved everyone into the state partnership plan, we no longer needed stop-loss insurance for those employees. So now our stop-loss carrier is insuring a much smaller group, a more risky group, because it's mostly retirees and then our 80 firefighters. So it's essentially, we went from this large group to this small group, and their underwriting factors just blew through the roof, which we knew would happen. We should have budgeted more coming into the year. And actually, so this year, we're projected to come in at about 173. We're just a little nervous. So we've, on the smaller group side, we've had a couple of large claims that have gone above the individual spec limit. So now we're protecting ourselves by budgeting for a little bit more. Hopefully, we won't see that kind of increase, but we will see some kind of increase because of the size of our group now is so small. You're welcome.
Thank you, that's a good question. Insurance is all about spread of risk, Mr. David. So, anyway, all right. Anything else? Okay.
So on page 7-13, the heart and hypertension program, we're running out of those people. There's one final payment that needs to be made, so there was really a decrease in that total budget, so
Yes.
we shouldn't be seeing many more claims coming through under heart and hypertension.
This is a trend we've been seeing for a while. Thank you. Okay.
And then on 7-14, the self-insured program. Rick, do you want to talk about that one?
Yep, so for our self-insured program, that's essentially our trips and falls. You know, we're self-insured, we have a $250,000 limit for that liability, and then anything above $250,000 is insured. And that, actually, the $930,000 for the claim expense, we're going to lower that number by the end of the budget process. And it only impacts the risk management fund, but that number should really be about 880, 890. But we had, as we may have briefed folks in executive session not too long ago, actually, we have a couple of pending claims that will impact, that have impacted our experience on our self-insured. We had, I don't want to get into specifics, but we did, if folks remember, we had our Corporation Counsel go through about 18 different claims, but a couple of those were these, yeah.
All right, Mr. Zedaniewicz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just real quick, I know, not a huge number, but, we saw the benefits of the state health plan on the Board of Ed side, and we used to go through some really big swings financially. being self-insured, it was hard to budget for. I was wondering, again, what would it look like if we were to get into this and get fully insured versus self-insured?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's an excellent question. What I can do is provide you with a document that we keep up to date year to year to show we save essentially, I don't know, $300,000 or $400,000 a year by being self-insured. Yeah, so we went self-insured back in, Lisa Newton and I were the only ones here back then, but it was back in a long time ago. And we've saved millions of dollars being self-insured over the years, yeah. But I'll provide you with that chart.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure.
Some heartache at times, but we saved. All right, okay. All right, now the insured program, I guess.
Then the insured program is, that's our, our buildings, our cars, in the event that we had a catastrophic event with all of our cars in some kind of storm. It's essentially $250 million of assets that we do insure on a fully insured basis. So, as Kathy had mentioned at the outset, we are getting a $130,000 credit from Factory Mutual. So we have not received a credit from them since 2017 or 2018. So, which is great news. Lisa Michaud, our risk manager, was very adamant with FM Global that they re-implement that credit for us this year, and through those negotiations, we got it back. So that's factoring into this overall slight decrease in our insured program.
Thank you. And how often do we go out to bid on?
So we go, well, with FM, we did go out to bid last year. The market, or it might have been the year before, the market was crazy. So we've been with FM Global. They've been a true partner to the town of West Hartford and West Hartford Public Schools for, again, a very long time. So we do go out to bid. They always come in and they sharpen their pencils and they do what's best for us and do what's right by us. So every couple of years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want me to do this part?
You want me to do the pension? Madam Mayor, can you do the pension for us? Yeah, as you can see, the transfer in that we're identifying on the pension operating fund represents the normal cost. The normal cost is the cost of employees moving forward. The prior service liability is what we financed with the pension obligation bonds. So you can see the flip-flop from the transfer in the prior year to the transfer in this year. And the trust fund contribution is much greater because now the trust fund is funded at 100% and should be paying, the lion's share of the benefits back to the retirees. So that's why you see it flip-flopped around.
So where is the reserve in that's really a lot of feedback. Where's the reserve is it in this?
We didn't show the reserve. It's not in the budget. It is a reserve fund that we created, and we did put the entire $26.9 million into it. It's not shown here because we won't access it unless we have to. So the only thing that it would show is accumulated interest over time. But if we do, let's say next year, if we think we have to access it the following year, then we will show it in here, and we'll show the beginning balance, what we're accessing, and the ending balance. But we didn't feel it was necessary to show it at this point.
Yeah, I think going forward, it'd probably be a good practice to
Right.
have it in there as a page that we're, kind of keeping an eye.
Sure, we can certainly put it in here.
Unfortunately, I think if we have to access it, we all got to know about it. So,
Okay.
right, but that would
We
be.
can, if you want, we can put a page in the adopted book, so it's included.
Great, thank you. All right. I mean, we have spent so much time on this, I don't know if anybody has any questions. You do? All right, go ahead.
All right, maybe because I watch Billions at home so much, but, this interest income is, over the last 4 years, the market has been fantastic. And the only number I'm seeing is $735 for interest income, and that's shocking to me, given what the market's done in the last 4 years. So how do we take advantage of that?
And that's a very good question. Thank you. We only have a couple of options on interest income, only because I'm really risk averse. We only invest in the STIF fund, which is the State Treasurer's Investment Fund, which is very, there's not much there. We do invest, we do have some money in banks where we have a money market rate, and I think the rates right now are what, like 15 basis points? There are options out there, but there's some risk associated with those options. We do take some risk when we invest our pension funds. For instance, our allocation on our pension funds is 60% equities, 35% fixed income, and 5% real estate. So we are taking some risk. But, I'll give you an example. On the reserve fund, the $26.9 million in reserve fund, we're investing that on just high-grade bonds in hopes of getting maybe 1.5% to 2% a year on that, only because if we put it in the market and what happened recently happens and we lose 10 or 15% of that, it's going to take us some time to recover, and that money is there solely to protect the town in case we do have a bad asset investment year. For instance, this year, what's happened in the equities market so far is we're seeing a big drop. So I don't know where we're going to be at the end of the year. Are we going to hit our 6.25% asset gain target? If we don't, we're going to have to dip into the reserve. So, I talked to, I remember talking to Councilman Davidoff about this a while ago, but I really think at some point we should probably put together an investment committee and talk about this because, again, I'm very conservative when it comes to the town's money. I don't like to take any chances on risky investments, but I think it is time for us to put together an investment committee and talk about various investment options. And, at one point we were doing laddered CDs. We were doing marketable CDs. But even then, we were only getting 1.5% to 2% on those. So, I do hear you, and I do think it might be time.
I just have a call. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead. No, you go first.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the other thing I just want to say about this fund is we keep a minimal amount of cash in it. We keep all of the cash in our trust fund until we need it because it is earning more money, and then as needed, transfer it in here each month if necessary.
Thank you. And could the investment be a subsection of the pension board as part of?
I think that if you recall, as part of the pension obligation bond investment strategy, we're putting a portion in over time, over 6 quarters. The bulk of it was being invested in high-grade bonds that were protecting it, rather than putting it all in the fund. If we put it all in the fund, we probably would have taken a decent hit on it with what's happening in the equities market. But we do have other cash. We have our cash, our pool cash that we invest. And again, I don't feel comfortable making those decisions where we're putting our money in some, I don't want to say volatile, but potentially risky investment options. So we keep it in areas, we keep it in STIF, we have money spread out through some banks. We look at rating services on the banks on a monthly basis. There are rating agencies out there that rate the banks in terms of their viability. And if they don't have at least a 4-star rating, we don't put money in their banks. I mean, we do our primary banking with TD North, and even though they don't give us a lot in terms of interest on the cash, they do give us an additional, how many basis points? 15 basis points just for doing business with them. So that turns out to be about 25 basis points, 30 basis points that we're earning. But it's a tough environment right now for, for earning interest, and I would welcome the creation of an investment committee just to help me navigate through it.
Oh, thank you. Anything further? Okay, Mr. Sweeney.
So I thought that the town consultor has a contract with a financial advisor. So, yeah, I know that. So why would we need to have a counsel on top of paying someone who is paid to succeed and invest our money?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do not have a contract with a financial advisor on the town's cash, only on the pension fund. And actually, he advised us on the investment strategy for the reserve fund money, which was mirroring the investment strategy for the pension obligation fund bond money. And I'm not saying that we need a council committee on investments. I'm saying we should get a committee and I'd have to really research who we'd want on it, but people who are in that business, in the private sector, and maybe some other people in the public sector, maybe involve our investment advisor for the pension fund, just to have, even if we met on a quarterly basis, just to discuss what's happening in the marketplace and what options are available for municipal investments. I think that might be a good idea.
Okay. I mean, it seems that to put a public board or like a board there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that, in the sense of you having people too much input from the public on that. You have people that are financially invested in that success, right, too. I think that becomes an interesting spot. But I think that when you create a RFP or something like that, where you're mutually exclusive to that person who's handling your money or investing for you, there's a contract of an agreement there that I just get nervous about having too many people giving input in on that sort of thing. But that's a policy.
This is a process if we are to set up a separate, so we'll talk about that. Oh, thank you.
And just as a final comment, we did go out to RFP for this, and the majority of the respondents wanted the ability to make decisions on investments for us, and I didn't feel comfortable with that, so we didn't move ahead on it. So again, I'm open to any suggestion you might have.
Thank you.
That's I'm just gonna, why aren't we? Why wouldn't you be, if you're comfortable with on other stuff?
The pension board monitors the investments on the pension fund, and the pension board is made up of folks who are in the business who deal with it every day, and they're more knowledgeable than I am on those types of asset classes and strategies. What I'm saying is, for the pooled cash that we have, at any point in time, we may have, I don't know, $10, $15 million of pooled cash or whatever, depending on, if we're collected taxes that month. That's a lot of money to put in different investments, short-term investments, and all I'm saying is it might be a good idea to put together a strategy on how to invest that for the short term, just to reduce volatility, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Avila.
So I understand that Stiff pays, I think you said 0.1% basis.
1.5.
0.15, and then TD's giving us 0.25, right?
TD's giving us 15 basis points just to have our cash in there, plus they're giving us one on the...
We don't pay any banking fees if we maintain
Now, would we be precluded from doing business with something like Goldman Sachs, Marcus Division, where they're paying 0.5% as an online entity?
Again, it all depends on what type of investments we want to proceed with.
So I just know for the example that I'm giving, I know that it's a liquid savings account, okay? And there's obviously issues with respect to how much could be insured, but 0.5, okay, is twice what TD is paying us in the short term. So I know that if I deposited money on Monday, if I wanted on Friday, I could pull that same dollar out. So.
Yeah. There are companies out there who will do that for us. For instance, I don't know if you recall, years ago, we hired Morgan Stanley for our short-term investments, and they basically proposed laddered CDs. They were marketable CDs. The only concern I had with that is if we pull out the money from the CDs before they mature, then there's going to be a penalty associated with it. And, you know, they've approached us, and he calls me all the time, you know, are you ready to invest your money? And again, we can certainly follow that path and manage it that way, and go back to the market, you know, the laddered marketable CDs, and probably get a little more interest. But I'm just a little leery about if we need to cash some of the cash right away. If something happens, we're going to have to pay a penalty to pull it out. But again, a lot of towns are struggling with low interest rates right now. Some of them are using, you know, companies to manage the funds for them. Some of them are trying to do it on their own. You know, I'm a little leery about turning all this money over to a third party and letting them manage it for us unless there are really strict parameters in place as to what types of investments and what types of return expectations we're going to have.
Thank you. And obviously, this is a conversation we need to continue and do some research on municipalities that have done it right. So thank you. All right. Anything else on this? Mr. Zane?
Sorry. I know, right? Sorry I opened this rabbit hole, I know. So, you know, you say you're afraid that if you needed cash, right? But, and again, private side, my experience is that you can get short-term loans, right? So if you needed, if something catastrophic happened and you needed, I don't know, $7 million, $5 million, I don't know that number, but you could get a short-term loan, and when that ladder CD matures, you take it out, repay the loan, and it's a 6-month deal. So it's short money versus long money.
There's a strategy, and there's a rating, you know, rating implications with some of this too. So we have to be, you know, really informed about it. So, yeah. Okay, thanks. But all, you know, good ideas to talk about for sure. All right, let's, Mr. Lever. Oh, thank you very much, and thank you to all.
Thanks, Kat.
It has been tremendously hard work, and appreciate all that you, okay. All right.
Okay, we're going to do facilities next with Bob Palmer. It's on 12-1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We all ready?
Go ahead, yeah, thank you. Welcome,
you.
Mr. Paul.
Thank you. I'd like to start off with some of the highlights and accomplishments in the last year. So I think one of the really important things that we've done, we've been able to retain our staff, and especially in our building services area and our custodians. So as hopefully you've read and you from previous conversations you've had with me, you can understand that the majority of our labor and plant facilities and building custodians are part-time employees. So we've been very successful in retaining them during the pandemic and ongoing through now that we're emerging out of the pandemic. So that's been one of our really big success stories, I think. And then we have been, even with positions that people that have left, we've been able to hire quality people. So we've been very proud of that, especially with the labor market the way it has been. The other big accomplishment I'd like to take note of is just the fact that we've been able to get projects done the last year or two, despite what's going on with supply chain issues and labor and all those other types of things. So we've had to do a lot of pivoting, a lot of maneuvering, but we have been able to continue to make progress with our buildings and to maintain our buildings. So I think we've been very successful there. So we're continuing to do that even now as we emerge out of the pandemic, as we head towards another construction season this summer. So we'll continue to do that. In our future goals, we'll continue to pivot and to respond to the needs of the town and to the citizens to help everybody as we again emerge out of the pandemic, and to assist the other departments as much as we can, and to improve the work environment, physical environment here in our buildings and for the public. So those are the types of things that we'll be continuing to focus on. So in looking at our overall budget, for, our wages and salaries are very similar to the other departments based on labor shortages. The one thing that we will be doing, one minor change with our payroll is we currently have 5 full-time building maintenance personnel with the town. One of them is a crew leader, the rest of them are what we are classified as building maintenance 1 positions. We will take the opportunity to promote 2 of those 4 positions to building maintenance 2. And that's to help our organizational structure a little bit and to provide a little bit more of leadership and supervision for our staff to help supervise some of the 24 part-time employees. And also give some ownership to these employees of the buildings. And, it's very important and assign them to buildings that they're responsible for. And giving them a slight promotion to elevating them to building maintenance maintainer 2s accomplishes that, gives them a little bit more of a salary, but also gives them a lot more added responsibility. So I think it'll be a good organizational change for us and help to improve our efficiency and, again, improve our overall ownership of our buildings. So. Other than that, in payroll, things stay the same. For the last few years, our plumber position has been unfunded, and that remains unfunded in this current budget. So as we start looking at some of the other expenditures, some of the things that stand out, temporary payroll is going up significantly at 16.5%. Some of that is, again, we have 24 part-time employees. Their minimum, as the minimum wage in the state increases each year, their salary also increases. There's a clause in their contract that mirrors that, so they automatically go up with that. The other addition in that area is I assumed during the pandemic and ongoing now is the front desk security operations. So that I have 3 part-time individuals in that role. It's actually been a very good program. I was able to hire 3 very well-qualified individuals for that, to staff that. They're doing a fantastic job of just assisting residents as they come in, letting departments know that they have visitors who have arrived and are on their way. A lot of it was related to the pandemic, just controlling numbers in offices. But at this point, we're continuing that program as part of our overall security program here for the town hall. And it's doing very well, and it's functioning very well at this point. So the other significant increase that we're seeing in plant facilities is contractual services. So as our buildings continue to age and require additional work, we are spending more money utilizing contractor services. So the only tradespeople I have on staff, I do have an HVAC technician who's full-time, but basically everything else is contracted out, so through labor contracts. So. And as you're aware, the price of materials, price of labor, everything has been escalating over years. But we're also seeing additional requests for service from our users in our buildings, and also investing in our buildings to keep those maintained. So we were running quite high this year as we did our 6-month actuals. We're at 190,000 adopted. We were at 143 at 6 months. We've been trying to scale back as much as we can, just doing the essentials at this point. But we still feel we're going to come in quite high. And moving forward, that budget will be adjusted to reflect that, those change in the economic conditions regarding contractual services. Other increases, uniforms and laundries. It's a small increase, but it was a small line to begin with. That's why you see a large there. And I'm going to let Mr. Privatera talk about utilities. I'll do a little bit on that, but we'll talk about the utility services fund in a minute. The other division, so this is the facility service division. The other division I have is capital projects, which is really all just employees. So I have a capital projects manager, and then I have an administrative assistant in that department. So that's all labor, and that's the only increase in that area. So do anybody have any questions on any of that before we go to utilities?
So my question on the, obviously on the contractual services, this budget was done before we were, there was some added stress, I think, on our world. And so is this going to be adequate, or are we being too?
I think we can manage with what we have, yeah. So with what's proposed here. So we certainly can control that and manage that, so yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions from Mr. Palmer? Okay.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so the next section would be, what page is that, Pete?
12-9.
12-9, so this is utility services fund. So the town utilizes a fund in order to help manage its utilities costs. And the idea of the fund is that any potential losses or savings are absorbed by the fund and are amortized over a 2-year period with gains and losses in the funds. We do a really great job, and you're all familiar with Catherine Deviney, who's our energy specialist. She does a fantastic job. She really is the person behind the numbers on a lot of this, and she tracks all that information and makes sure that she monitors the buildings, makes sure that if she sees problems, she looks at them, looks for those problems, and gets on top of it and tries to resolve that. So, obviously utilities have been increasing in the last few years. Our energy use has been actually increasing a little bit over the last 2 years. Because of the pandemic, we're running our buildings many more hours. Typically, we're running them 18 hours a day for fresh air systems, where previously it might have been 12 to 15 hours, depending on the building. But all schools, for example, all schools are running 18 hours a day at this point, and they will through this, at least through this school year. So we'll continue to see higher costs associated with utilities because of that. We're also seeing increased costs from utilities. For electricity, the majority of our utility costs come from electricity, primarily driven by air conditioning. So we've retrofitted all our buildings to LED lighting, so we have great efficiencies there. But really, our costs for our electrical costs are really because of air conditioning. So we're locked in on electricity supply at 7.57 cents per kilowatt hour till December of 2023. But though we are still subject to delivery charges from Eversource, just like everybody else, and those continue to increase, and that's why you'll see increases there. Natural gas, while not as significant as electricity in our budget, is still a major factor. The market's been a little bit unstable this year. The locking in for natural gas hasn't been reasonable for many years. We continue to just float with the Connecticut natural gas. We're seeing some increases in that. We expect some increases going forward, but we haven't seen anything dramatic. And again, heating costs are not as significant as electricity. We do see some stabilization this year in our water and sewer rates from the MDC, as Mr. Privatera had mentioned earlier. So we do see that flattening a little bit this year. We had seen significant spikes in the last few years, though we'll continue to take on water conservation measurements as we move forward. So I'm going to ask Mr. Privatera to explain the numbers in the utility services fund, because there is a smoothing out of the gains and losses in this, and also some different allocations that occur. So.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Through you, Madam Mayor. So as Mr. Palmer stated, we try to amortize gains and losses over a 2-year period. As you can see, if you look on page 12-9, you can see we have total revenues of $4.173 million and total expenses of $4.79 million, which means that we're using $617,487 of surplus from the Utility Services Fund to smooth out the increase on a year-over-year basis. And the Utility Services Fund basically pays for all the utilities for every department, the Board of Ed, the town, everyone, all the other programs as well. We transfer money from all our funds into the Utility Services Fund, and the bills get paid. What we try to do is we try to, again, smooth out any significant increases on a year-over-year basis. The last 2 years during COVID, we really smoothed a little harder because we wanted to make sure that the final mill rate, wasn't, was stabilized. But we're back to normal. I think overall, we went up maybe $117,000 on the town side. This was a good tool when there were significant spikes on a year-over-year basis. Now we're seeing how we're locking in utility prices, with the exception of natural gas, for a multi-year period. As Bob said, we're locked into electricity rates until 23, and then I think we have another year after that with Constellation at a rate as well. But we're still using this as a means of, if we have a significant jump in one particular utility in 1 year, we don't have to absorb that for the entire year. We'll break that out over a 2-year period. So if you turn to page 1210, on the bottom of the page, you can see the planned use of that $617,488. The energy management services is $95,000. Again, we're using fund balance to offset the cost that Bob had mentioned for the analyst. The town is using $97,281, and the largest portion is being used by the Board of Ed of $425,207. So basically, the board is saying they're taking that from their surplus to smooth out their budget on a year-over-year basis. So my expectation is over the next few years, this will stabilize and we won't be using as much of a smoothing technique, because I think the utility costs are a little more predictable now than they were, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago when it was a roller coaster at one point in time. So that's how the fund is used.
Thank you, Mr. Privatera. Any questions on, I remember when we established it.
2008.
That's right. Yep. Mr. Cortez.
Just in regards to the HVAC system, I know we've done work over the years. How is that managed? Is it automated, through computers? So we can kind of control when they're actually kicking in, and it's a lot of buildings, so, a few dollars here and there adds up after a while.
Yeah, sure. So the majority of our buildings are in a building management system. So about maybe 5 years ago, we spent just about $5 million on upgrading upgrading our systems. We're not 100% there. We still rely a lot on some older pneumatic systems in some of our buildings, but typically the front end of the building is on that system. Allows us to control the building on and off, and to have, as we do renovation work and other projects, we automate different sections of those buildings. So newer schools like Charter Oak, of course, is 100% automated. Some of our bigger schools, like the high schools, this building, the majority of our bigger buildings are 100% automated. But some of the smaller buildings and older schools maybe are partly automated. So, but we have some type of automation in all the buildings. Again, every time we do we'll talk about it more in the capital project process, but every time we do an HVAC project, we'll automate that section as well. So at that time, so to help us control that. So.
And I will say, Mr. Palmer is very diligent about on vacations and directing employees to adjust. Yes, so there's yes.
We have to remind Bob
it.
not to turn off the heat when we're working on weekends, so he'll turn it off on us.
I will.
Yeah, so we actually, and I don't remember what the return was on that investment we made, but it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
When that,
Well, it was a combination of LED lighting and other upgrades.
Street lights.
Yeah, so it's typically on LED lighting, it was less than a 3-year period for return on investment. On a controls project, it's probably a 10 to 15-year return. But when you average it all out together, when you do big projects like that, it's very. It was I think it was 7 years. It was probably about the average. So.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Zedano.
Just real quick, because it was close to my heart at the time, but Charter Oak, the return on investment on all those underground pumps, is that still, you're laughing.
Yes, our geothermal system. Yeah, so that's a long-term investment. That was probably about a 20-year investment. So we're in year 6. Yeah. So.
Okay, very good. Mr. David.
So the utility services fund got me thinking, most homes would think that telecommunications and internet would be considered utilities. And I'm wondering, just throwing this out here because it just dawned on me, would it make sense to have telecommunications and internet and other types of communications be in some type of fund as well?
Well,
Would there be I just don't know I'm thinking whether or not there would be an economy of scale that would allow us to seek savings in terms of like if we locked in, service providers or things like that.
through you, Madam Mayor, I think that we're talking, well, number one, we're talking consumable utilities, all right? So it's not, we're not talking other types of utilities that, like, you're talking about internet or what are the, telephone?
Telecommunications.
Yeah, usually we lock into long-term contracts. Is Jared still here? No? Usually we'll lock into a multi-year contract on those types of services. I mean, there's the only item that's in this fund that we're probably going to take out next year that really doesn't belong there is the hydrant fee we paid to the MDC through the fire department. But all the rest are consumable utilities, and there's more volatility with that, even though that's starting to diminish as we lock in longer-term rates on primarily electricity. So I'm not sure what the benefit would be to create a separate fund for those other ones.
Initially, the fund was to offset volatility year to year. The hydrants were volatile for a while because right, remember anyway, but, so I think that was part of it, but, solid waste actually might be. But that's a further discussion, yeah. All right. Good.
Okay, thank you. We're going to hear from Helen Rubino Turco.
Thank you
Leisure
very, very
Services.
much, Mr. Palmer, for your incredible work.
That's on page
Keeping us safe. Yes, you may have a
Oh,
break. Well, let's take a
13-1 when you come back.
We'll take a 5-minute break, bathroom break.
So, Rick, do you know anything about that hydrant fee?
move right on. And if we don't have all of our questions answered, we will get them answered. So just, I know it's getting late, so we'll do an overview and then if there's more. Okay, thank you.
AKA don't ask questions.
You're shut down. No, go ahead.
So good evening, members of the Town Council. If you're starting on page 13-1, turn the page back over and look at the cover page. That's what we do. Okay, our department is multi-service operation with a variety of responsibilities, from park improvements to summer camps and pools, to senior centers, food pantry, rental assistance, mask distribution, and soon a new community center for planning and a new pool to be built. So, our highlights and accomplishments over the year and our plans for the coming year pretty much run the gamut from all of those things, with, of course, this coming year a focus on planning the Elmwood Community Center, building a new pool, and continuing with multiple capital projects, some funded by our capital improvement plan and some by the ARPA funding. Many of them are to address shortcomings or improvements that have been needed for so long. So we really appreciate that support. Just wanted to quickly give you some operating highlights. As you have heard, the budget increase is primarily being driven by the contractual increases in wages and salaries, so we don't really have to spend too much time discussing that. And in the other area of expenditures there, you'll see an increase in a decrease, in the operating expense also under contractual services. As you may recall, during the budget process for the current year, the Town Council made a contribution to the general fund for free summer programs in parks and pools. All of that funding was put in one place, in our outdoor pools, but it was spent in a variety of different places. So obviously we will be returning to our normal, traditional model of operations. So you'll see that's why that's decreases there. We're also suggesting adding a position, and I've been here 9 years and I never thought I would be in this position, but over the years the service demands have increased, particularly in social services. The pandemic certainly exposed a need for timely and very, very focused additional support, as well as reporting. And these operations, our workload increased. We pivoted to virtual fulfillment. We suspect that some of those programs will continue in that format. But we also, our operations also include the CDBG budget and our urgent need services, which have also increased dramatically. And we feel that an assistant director in social services will really help coordinate and integrate the programs that are on social services. So there's two components in social services. There's the case management, and then there's the community programs, the urgent need programs, as well as the Hannock neighborhood. The third wheel, if you will, is the CDBG program. And to try and have those more integrated would really help us streamline our operations. What we're really missing, what this person would help us do, is really help provide the big thinking that we need in that department, the strategic planning that we need in that department. Those are things which urgently need to be done, but they always fall off the shelf because we find ourselves reacting rather than responding. And that's just due to the overload of responsibility. And so that's what, in a nutshell, that is the only major change in our budget. If we wanted to skip and go through our budget, there's nothing very dramatic that isn't covered by the increase in payroll that we've already discussed. Part-time payroll is definitely an issue, or an increase that you're seeing largely due to minimum wage going up. And again, it goes up June 1st this coming year, so we have to factor that in as well. So we do see some decreases where we could, efficiency-wise. We have gone to an all-digital program guide. We do print some of them, but we no longer have the postage and freight. We do provide copies in all of our facilities and in our public libraries and in our public schools, in their libraries, so they are available if somebody needs them, but it's all digital now, and we've seen significant savings there. We'll continue to see that. We are also starting to resume attendance in professional associations and professional development areas. So we are, kind of returning to normal in some of our other categories where you see some increases. If we continue onto our case management, the big increase that you see here is certainly with our CPI. So many of our contracts, for example, our contract with the bridge or with Dial-A-Ride goes up by the CPI, and this coming year, the increase is quite high. So those are just contractual changes that we absorb. If we go on to our Dial-A-Ride program, community services, on 13-9, we receive a grant from Dial-A-Ride, from the DOT for Dial-A-Ride, and we're actually going back to receive the funding for the 2020-2021 grant as well, which we missed, but we're going back to get that. But this area also includes general contributions that cover the utilities at 3 town-owned facilities that are run by outside organizations. They're vital to the health and well-being of our community. The Sarah Whitman Hooker House, the West Hartford Art League, and the Noah Webster House. Those 3 facilities are owned by the town, and but they're run by those outside agencies. When we get to Elmwood Community Center, their programming is extremely strong, and I think Mr. Sweeney is one of our biggest fans for the programs that are there. They have really become the destination for our preschool programs, and they continue to do very well. But as those more programs are offered, the expenses, of course, you need more people to run them. So those pretty much go together. It's almost like they should be in the enterprise fund, because then you can adapt more quickly. If something's really going great, you can add a second section without worrying about, are you gonna, go over budget. But again, our increase in those contractual services are tied to revenue in general. We've also increased our staff training. You'll see a jump there. And this is really adding value. We're adding value to our staff to keep our town and our town safe. So we're adding CPR training to our camp staff there. The rental of facilities, the revenue there is down. It's an aging facility. We've also took a hit with COVID because no one was renting those facilities. We do expect it to bounce back, but you were a little bit conservative there. If we can, we will. But it's not, as the facility ages, I think it's less and less of a destination rental.
Can I just ask a really quick question on
Sure.
the training and the CPR training? Who actually does the training? I know that there's been a intentional upgrading to, being a heart safe community, being able to respond. Does our fire, do we do that in-house, or is that?
I don't know. I would have to look into that.
Okay.
Whether we could do that in-house. I don't know the source that they're using.
Okay, thank you.
It's a great question. When we go to our two senior centers, really what we're doing here is, as you know, we have one director covering both senior centers, and then we have one programmer covering both senior centers. And so the salary of one person is, of the programmer is bundled in Elmwood Community Center, Elmwood Senior Center, and the salary of the director of the senior center, facility supervisor director, is in the West Hartford Senior Center. But we're really marketing it as one senior center with two divisions, two locations. Obviously, they're coming back slowly from the pandemic. We are looking at the model across the state and across the region for trends in senior centers. We have a new director who comes from the private sector, and she is dynamite. Hopefully you have met her, Rebecca Sears, and she's really helping us take a fresh look at a lot of our processes. And so we're really excited about the future there. But things are slowly resuming. Some of our programs are outdoors, but the trips and things like that, bus trips, are probably never going to come back in the way that we had done them before. And that's just a side effect of a pandemic. Flipping to parks and gyms, and our outdoor pools, there's really the only major change here was that the internet cable for the Buena Vista building was mistakenly cut in the previous year, and it had to be restored. So we were scratching our heads going, what happened there? And it was just a typo that happened at some point along the way when we were going into our, doing it in Munis. It was our first time going through. I have no recollection of what happened, but that was the only the change that happened there. We are reclassifying one of our grounds maintainers in the area of parks and pools to a crew leader position to reflect the level of his work. We happen to employ, and this is really more in the outdoor pools area, we happen to employ one of the best pool maintainers that we've ever had. This fellow knows his work and makes a huge difference at our outdoor pools and at Cornerstone. And the fact that he works independently and he's making changes and documenting how all of these facilities run to such a degree that anyone could fill in, in subsequent years. But he's really functioning as a crew leader, and we're very pleased to have to keep him and to utilize him, especially as we're building a new pool, because his expertise will come in also in a really critical way there. So we're pleased we've already made that change, but it happened mid-year because we began, he's really only been with us for a year, but now we're seeing the very good sense that we had to hire him. Very pleased. And again, here you'll see that dramatic decrease in contractual services in the outdoor pools. And that's what I was describing at the onset, which was that the contribution to the general fund for the Welcome Back West Hartford program that we did to kind of pull out of the pandemic was all placed here. And so that's why you're seeing that removed. Are there any questions on the general fund that I may have missed?
I was looking at the attendance, the performance measures and how many people attended. And it's remarkable what happened in 2020. So I am, really, really proud of what we were able to do and how it was a lifeline for so many families. So thank you for that. Any questions? Mr. Sweeney?
Helen, thank you for these numbers. I just had a question on the revenue side. Just not questioning anything, but just wanted to have like better numbers to bounce it off of because the comparable years are, I think, within COVID that are used here. So I just want to know, like, are we back to pre-COVID numbers in regards to programming revenue? Because what?
Which revenue are you talking about? Are you talking about the whole department?
Yeah.
For leisure?
So,
Share your summer
all of the programming that you might be referring to are in the Leisure Services Fund, not in the general fund. We haven't gotten to the Leisure Services Fund yet.
Well, and I was also looking at the Elmwood Community Center.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elmwood Community Center is doing great.
I was saying, is that number back to
It's,
like 19
It's-
numbers?
I can look,
It's all right, you
but
don't need an answer.
I suspect that it's over.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
It's
So-
great to see. Again, it's like,
I think part of it too is the shift and finding that sweet spot, what was missing, and that was preschool programming.
Right.
Westmore Park has a very successful preschool program as well, but Jamie Krajewski, who's the facility supervisor there, has a real pulse on what's needed, and she's able to replicate and double the size of certain programs if she sees them taking off. And I think that that has certainly contributed to the success of the revenue at Elmwood Community Center.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cortez?
Thank you, Helen, for your presentation so far. I have like loads of questions, but I'm gonna pause them for a committee down the road. My concern is, are we selling ourselves short? I know a lot of times when we look at budgets and we go through numbers and, is what do we sacrifice? So coming from a pandemic, there is, as you stated earlier, there's a need out there, and is it time to kind of look at what we have for staff and make sure that, maybe not add one person and two person, because social service is huge. You had paycheck to paycheck people was a thing before the pandemic. After the pandemic, that has gotten severely worse, and there's a huge need in town. And even getting a coordinator to reach out to community leaders and kind of create like a central system to make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind. So I'm just want to make sure we're not selling ourselves short just to be coming in at a certain number.
Well, thank you for that question. And through you, Madam Mayor, we try our very best. And we do rely on some of our community groups to help us meet the needs of our community. And I'm speaking specifically of the West Hartford Prevention Council, which recently went through a very extensive analysis of really a needs assessment, but we called it a wellness assessment, to try and identify gaps in service and where were we falling short. And it wasn't so much that we were missing or lacking, it's that we weren't communicating what we had as well as we could. And that was an eye-opener for us. And again, this is why kind of this upper level manager to help me assess and look at how can we fill those gaps. I can't do it on my own, and our staff is we're just too busy. And certainly additional support would be welcome, but I don't want to overstep my request bounds either. And so I think that this is a reasonable and certainly a much needed request, but let's see how it goes. I would say, I think another case manager, which is a lower level than a social worker, or another staff assistant, certainly on the side of CDBG and the community partnerships team. But we will make do with what we've requested, but I appreciate the question.
No, and I do understand that there's a fine line, and, West Hartford, we're known as, kind of an affluent town, and, not all of West Hartford is. And when, some of our neighbors are now catching up and, where there's social workers out in the community for certain things have been increasing, and I just want to make sure that we don't fall short. But you're correct, there is a fine line, and it's kind of how do you navigate it, and I think that's the first good step of adding that manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Ms. Blanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Helen, for your presentation. So I have a question regarding the assistant manager role. Right now, in your staff
Assistant director
role, which would act in a management type of capacity or supervisor type of capacity?
Management.
Okay, and so the current staff load that you have now, do you have folks that are in either a supervisory or leadership or like a step down from you who would be the next lead if you weren't in the office? And can you elaborate on that for me?
So technically I run three divisions in this large department. I run leisure services, social services, and community partnerships. What we're seeking is an assistant director on the social services side. So it would be between me and the two manager levels in social services. What we're finding is the social services manager oversees case management, and the community partnerships manager oversees all of the urgent needs and the Hillcrest Area Neighborhood Outreach Center, volunteer services, also oversees CDBG. And CDBG also kind of, it's fairly new that he's in this role 100%. This is his first year, so he's still reporting to me, but he's below Suzanne in the community partnerships. What I'm finding is that the big picture strategy is lacking because we can't get to it. We don't have time. And I feel strongly that we would be able to meet the needs of our community more efficiently and more profoundly, to a greater degree of meaningful intervention or meaningful support with having someone to help assess how we're doing things. I constantly think about, well, what if we moved that from that department and put it over there? What if and I can do that, but the area where we need it the most is in social services. So, for example, and I don't know if this is getting too much in the weeds, but I've considered taking dial-a-ride out of social services and putting it in the general fund, moving it from social services and putting it into the leisure services area under the senior center. And then I think about that, and I think, would that be practical? Who are they? These are things that I think about, but I need other people to help me think about them. And they're all just so busy that there's just not enough people in the room to strategize about it. And so therefore, when something happens, and the pandemic certainly brought this into focus, because the level of need, the level of requests, so of course more people were asking for help, but the things that they were asking help for were so much deeper and so much wider, that we really needed to take a look at, are we doing this the right way? And that's what I think this person would be able to help us do, and then keep us on task.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Mr. Davidoff?
Thank you, Ms. Rubino Turco. So I think you've basically outlined the dilemma that we have with this budget. The pandemic has brought to the forefront the economic disproportionality of our residents and what their needs are to make it day to day. And I don't doubt the need for the Assistant Director of Social Services. What I do struggle, and I'm going to struggle during this entire deliberation with, is how can we justify the other elements in this budget when we have so many people that are either falling behind or being left behind, who can't make the car tax payment or can't pay the property taxes. So it's a very uncomfortable position to be, and I think that coming out of this pandemic, I think it has highlighted that situation more so than any other budget that I've had to review during the time I've been on this council. And it's bothersome. It's really, really bothersome. And it's something that I think each of us is going to have to struggle with, to prioritize. But I think you're spot on with respect to this position, because the need, you can't even quantify it, okay? And West Hartford's a great community because we have a lot of community partners who will step up to meet those things that the government can't meet. And we can't tell when you drive down any street in West Hartford what's really going on inside the four walls of that house, because every house has a story. And I think the pandemic really showed us the food insecurity, the rent or housing insecurity, the health insecurity, the mental health insecurity. And those are things that just don't evaporate because COVID is not as prevalent as it was. And some people have never been able to take that step forward. So it's something that I think we're really going to have to struggle with as we go through this entire document. But I'm glad that you highlighted that West Hartford is not immune to these social service issues that affect so many people statewide and nationwide. And hopefully, you know, the state will realize this, and when we have a discussion with our delegation, talk about this part of the budget, because this part is the part that really needs addressing. And I don't have a short-term answer, but I know that's the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. Ms. Helen Rubino Turco.
Just by way of responding to that, we also received significant funding from the federal government, different programs, but they all took time to organize, to implement, to follow through, to document. The level of documentation has also gone up with all of the programs that we received. We received, some wonderful support, but it took time with the same staff that we have to implement all of these new programs and to pivot some of the programs to being virtual, so people were mailing us our things and then we were scanning them and then we were sending them back and then because we weren't doing it in person. So it's all, I feel that we have been serving our community really well. Not to say that, really well with intent. So we are very clear about helping people look at other resources they have in their lives and sorting out the issues that they have to help them become self-sufficient and not to have it be a revolving door. And this, I think, by having somebody to help us strategize how to do that better will put us on a good path.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Banaturco. All right, are there any more questions for social services? Mr. Zdanowitz, go ahead, stop smiling like a
raise my
Cheshire
hand,
cat.
just this telepath right here. Thank you. Just real quick, this is a quick question, is that now, I'm kind of listening to Mr. Davidoff here and this new position, and we talked about this on the Board of Ed. This seems like a perfect position for COVID relief funds. And I say that because then you can, it is something new and you can use it for 3 years, and at the end of 3 years, that if it's successful, then you move on and put it then in the budget. If you find that those services are no longer needed because the pandemic's over and people are managing their lives better, then you can necessarily go in a different direction. So I'm wondering if that option has been thought of for this particular position.
So, Mr. Ledwith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. We have considered that. The issue with this level of position is recruiting someone who would come in and provide the support that we need and the leadership we need within social services, knowing that in 2 years, if, the funding runs out, they may not be here. We would worry about the pool of candidates that we would attract. So that's our concern with that.
Thank you, Mr. Ledwith. Mr. Cortez.
Since it's been brought up, so back to what I was saying earlier, whether we're selling ourselves short, with something like a coordinator, again, it's a lower level. We're not talking management, but it's someone that can take on some of these things. With something like that, using the COVID relief fund for that, to kind of help that one position navigate these things through. Because again, this is a huge problem, and maybe it'll get better over the next few years. But since I just hate leaving money on the table, even though it's not there right now. But if we can bring something in, again, it's not a management position, and that's something that'd be great for someone coming out of high school that wants it, out of college, that would like to get involved. So that's my comment.
Mr. Cortez, those are great points and something we will discuss. I think what would be helpful is to have an analysis of what those needs are in a more robust, strategic way. So, but I think you're right on. I think the two questions are great questions, and I think that's the path. This is a budget. This is a budget element. It's a high level, but support might be more temporary, transitional, I should say. Anyway, Ms. Blanks.
Along that line, I know in state service, we use durational positions, and then later on, especially since we talked earlier about this cliff with retirements, then it could be reclassed into a permanent position. Just a thought.
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. All right, excellent. Okay, so.
We go on to the Leisure Services Fund.
Yeah.
And it's on 13-24. Obviously, the Leisure Services Fund took a huge hit because of COVID. So we couldn't run camps, we couldn't run programs, and we are slowly recovering from that. Some of the highlights, for example, Celebrate West Hartford was canceled for 2 years. That is a fairly significant hit on our Leisure Services Fund. Others have done well. Our skating rink continues to really seem to have having more than just the usual Olympic bump this year. They're really doing great. We continue to, if we flip to page 13-27, you can kind of see the variety of programming that we do. So in community programming is where we have camps, whether we're running the camps or we're hiring an outside contractor to run the camps. The rink, as I said, it continues to be strong and rising. In Rockledge, we have the cart leases now in-house. We also are leasing new equipment for the next 5 years. So we'll see that price in there for 5 years, but then we'll own the equipment. The equipment that we have there is aging and costs money to more money to maintain the actual equipment. We're also seeing a really big increase in materials, probably due to COVID. So this is a significant increase in chemicals, in the fertilizers and the things that we use to keep the grass green and growing, but also the equipment repairs. So we have a new equipment manager, and we should see this level out because we're also leasing new equipment. So we should see that price, the maintenance price, go down because we'll be able to do more things in-house, and we're also dealing with newer machines. Buena Vista has had very strong rebound. I don't know if anyone's been over there, but it's very busy. This is a 9-hole executive course, but it's also a great course where, a parent and a teen can go together, or teens can go in a group, older teens. So it has been very strong. Cornerstone Aquatic Center has not yet recovered from COVID. So we only just dropped a mask mandate there. And it is and also it was impacted by some renovations, some very important renovations. So the locker rooms were redone, as you might recall. So they are slowly recovering and recouping their memberships. And as I said, Celebrate West Hartford, we usually see, $45,000 to $60,000 in revenue that we then, a portion goes into the Leisure Services Scholarship Fund from the road race, a portion goes to the Town That Cares. But the Leisure Services Scholarship Fund, will receive funding because we are going to have a road race this year. So, that will get back on track. Are there any questions about the Leisure Services Fund?
Well, to Mr. Sweeney's question, or couldn't you use this revenue number as kind of a pretty good guide of what you're predicting for revenue for this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We expect things to be back. And the registrations that we saw on the first day that our spring-summer programs were released on February 1st was astonishing. I don't have the number in front of me, but we've never seen numbers like that. Things were, and that's just across the board. It's not just Westmore Park, and it's not just the Soccer Mix program. Or the Soccer Shots program. It was all across the board.
And as you said before, as revenues rise, expenses rise too.
Right.
Because you need people. So that doesn't mean that the income rises, but
But it's certainly a bell, yeah. So I do expect that we will have strong showing.
Oh, Mr. Sweeney,
Yep.
did you have a question?
I just wanted to come back to Rockledge again. I would love to, I think the best way to kind of do apples to apples is to see how other municipal golf courses are kind of managing here. We've had this discussion many times, Helen. To the life of me, I just don't understand how it's not profitable. I think, we talked about some of the stuff that happened during the season where no one was serving food and things of that nature, but it's booked, 6 to 6. is there's not really a way that you could increase revenue outside of raising the fees because you're basically booked. So it just is, it's interesting to me, on this nature, particularly knowing that, Buena Vista is turning a profit. And I know that in here it has some, assistant golf superintendent is added on here, which is good. They did, and as you've heard, is half saying they did an awesome job because it was excellent, but it is concerning that it's not doing that great financially because it is such a gem. But to have $100,000 hole in it which seems to be more consistent now, despite golf being through the roof, is slightly concerning. But obviously everything else is great. That's just something that is one of those things that I think we just need to keep pounding away at. I know that we got a new pro and taking the carts online, but just something that is of concern that we've talked about numerous times here.
So yes, through you, Mayor, taking the carts and ranges in-house certainly is a revenue stream to help support. What we didn't count on was the cost of the pandemic at the same time as we were launching this, having the price of maintenance materials go up so much. So those are, hopefully that will even out and become more reasonable in the future. We also hope to reduce some of the heavy maintenance costs that we have now, which is repairs to the irrigation system. So we have a plan to replace the irrigation system through the capital budget over the next few years, but we're chipping away at it now by dredging the irrigation pond in-house, by replacing the pump, and then replacing the irrigation lines. So hopefully that will also help us reduce our operating costs because it's running out the door. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. And I think this is something that ongoing throughout the year can be discussed in committee as we're, right. Okay, Mr. Winograd, did you have something?
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Just on this chart, are there lines missing? Is it 2021 actual? The headings are confusing me. Is it the pattern that we normally use? We've got.
You said which
In other words, it says on page 1327, it says 21 actual, then 22 adopted, which we haven't adopted yet, and 22 estimated, 23 proposal. I think,
No, these are the correct headings.
Because it's not the ones we use for any other budget lines.
So we have last year's actuals, so the 2020, 2021 actual, fiscal 21 actuals are there. Then what we adopted for the current year is under 2022. And then what we think we're going to end up this fiscal year is under 2022 estimated. And then next year, we're proposing.
We don't have the 6-month actual in this chart.
Right. But
Oh, sorry.
again, I'm sorry, I'm just being dense and I'm tired. Do we normally call it the 2021? I mean, everywhere else we refer to it by.
Well, it's actual
It's actual.
2020 to 2021.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Everywhere else we indicated otherwise. That's why this is throwing me off.
We'll just change, we can change
It's
it.
different than our normal pattern of how we describe the years.
We
And I
can
was-
change it.
You know what I'm talking, because we do fiscal year rather than actual year, and then just,
2021?
That's the same.
Oh, instead of just using the ladder?
yeah,
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, that,
Okay.
No problem.
Understood now,
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay.
I was just trying to, I couldn't figure out.
For
dates, yeah.
demonstrative purposes, it doesn't
Right.
change anything, but yeah.
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know it's minor.
Okay,
All right.
all right. Any other questions, comments for leisure services? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Actually, yeah, you
Yep.
need to do the fund.
Yep, the rest of our areas, our budgets, are the community development block grant funding. The big change here on 13-31, you'll see code enforcement. So we are shifting that from its own standalone line into housing rehab, and we're reducing it by $50,000. And that's in a combination of $25,000 being added from, well, we're reducing it by $25,000 then. So it's really, right now, our code enforcement is, we give the West Hartford Bloomfield Health District $100,000 to do code enforcement, and we give our building department $50,000 to do code enforcement. During the pandemic, you know, the building department, the Bloomfield Health District has kind of gotten away from doing code enforcement, and they're doing more pandemic-related work. We intend to continue funding them fully, but just changing where the money comes from. And the building department is the same thing. They're
They're up.
up.
The
Their
building
code enforcement
department
is,
The building department's up from 50 to 75,000. And when the health director comes in, we can talk about her budget, but because of the restrictions on how the money's supposed to be used with CDBG, we had to reduce her allocation by 50,000 of CDBG funds, but we had to increase her overall budget by that 50,000 just to make sure it was in balance. But I'm sure she'll talk about that during her presentation.
Just briefly, because sometimes I forget, the CDBG, Westmore Park Fund, and the
Leisure Services Fund.
Leisure Services Fund, none of those go into our line, they're not budget items. They're separate, they're all funds that there's an accounting for them, but they're not in, like, you know, they're not actually line items in our, in what we set, how we were going to set the taxes. I mean, there's actually, we have more time, I would say, to go over these, is what I'm saying, in that, because you don't need to.
They're funded now, right?
They're funded, but they're they're isolated funds. If you understand what I mean. They don't go into the general fund to actually set the mill rate.
Right.
Okay? Just
Right.
so you're clear on.
So, sorry, again, for CDBG, there's really, that's the only change. And in the Westmore Park Fund, it's a minor increase, but the Westmore Park Fund, the Westmore Park facility operates outside of tax dollars. It is fully funded by itself through, and when it was donated to the town in 1974, it was donated with the intention that it would be self-sufficient, that it wouldn't be a burden on the taxpayers. So it is funded by revenue from an endowment, so interest revenue from an endowment, which next year is, I mean, we're seeing it go down, right, by $28,000 drop in interest income. It's also funded by revenue from programs, and it's also funded by donations. So it's a really unique situation where we have this 52 acres, it's 152 acres, 162 acres of land, 52 of which we own, and the rest is managed by Westmore Park, in the middle of a busy, inner ring suburb, and it doesn't cost the taxpayers anything. It's extraordinary.
Thank you. I think there's a clarification. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are transferring 50,000 of CDBG funds into the general fund.
Right, but that will be discussed at the health, at the health district, right? Level?
That's a different piece.
Okay, all right,
All right, but only 50,000.
okay, all right, thank you.
Are there any questions about CDBG or Westmore Park?
All right, I think that's it for, and there might be more questions as people process and think about, reflect on. But again, thank you, Helen. I love the way you started, because there's no other, every department does so, but like the list of what you guys do is just.
Every hour of every day
So,
is different in my life.
Yeah. So again, thank you very, very much for your leadership, and we're also very sorry for your loss, all of us, so thank you so much. All right.
It's time for the library.
Yes, I am so sorry this is going so long, Laura. No, she's brand new and look at what we're doing. Welcome, welcome. Ay, ay, ay.
We're on page 14-1.
Good evening, Town Council members. It's so nice to be here with you. My name is Laura Armshire. I'm the new Director of Library Services. I just wanted to start with our library mission because as I'm new, that's what grounds me in what we're doing in all of our services. The West Hartford Public Library's mission is to welcome all and bring people, information, and ideas together to enrich lives and strengthen our diverse community. Over the last few years, the pandemic has required library staff to be flexible and creative like never before. They've been continually adapting library services to meet the needs of the community. And while my tenure as director so far is short, I've been learning a lot about the incredible work that they do. And I'm really proud to be here tonight and to be able to share just a few of their accomplishments with you. First is the Mayor's Youth Council that was created last fall and is led by teen librarian Carrie Karp. It's an advisory board of 11 high school students. They've been meeting monthly since September. So far, they've created a video for the Human Rights Commission's Declaration of Human Rights. They're working with town historian Tracy Wilson to petition the town council to change the name of New Street to Dinah Street in honor of 2 enslaved women who lived in West Hartford in the 1700s. And they're planning a mental health panel or podcast for Mental Health Awareness Month and a concert in Blueback Square in May to spotlight multiculturalism and diversity. And we're really excited to see the enthusiasm of these members. The library's been offering innovative services in response to community needs that came to the forefront during the pandemic. We offered curbside service, which allowed people to pick up holds without coming into the library, and extended this by building smart lockers at the Bishop's Corner branch, where patrons can pick up holds at their convenience. We also installed a study pod at the Noah Webster Library last fall. Through ARPA and foundation funding, we purchased the study pod and made it available to individuals or small groups. In addition to regular library services, the library staff supported the town in a number of ways during the pandemic. They answered calls on the town information line and the vaccination helpline, and between the two services, they answered over 9,000 calls from residents. They also helped with the vaccination clinics. 20 full and part-time staff assisted by gathering and logging information and fielding questions. This was a critical time for the community, and library staff was willing to help in any way that they could. And we have a few specific goals for the coming fiscal year that I'd like to highlight for you. First is the implementation of Studio 20 South. You may have heard some staff talk about this before. We've been referring to it as our tech lab. The studio is a unique digital maker studio. It's a creative, collaborative, and educational space that provides dedicated equipment, computers, software, production, and co-working furnishings. The studio provides an excellent opportunity for our patrons to use technology and equipment that would be difficult for individuals to access on their own. We're also looking forward to restoring open hours and services for our local history room. While we've brought back many of our hours and services since the height of the pandemic, we currently offer very limited access to our local history room. We have a robust collection of materials that tell the story of West Hartford, and in fiscal year 23, we're planning to restore some open hours to make this content more accessible to our patrons. And our last goal I'll mention tonight is working with the town on the new Elmwood Community Center and Library project. We're so excited to think about the potential of this space and the different ways it can serve the community. I've seen projects like this be very successful in other places, and I'm really thrilled to participate in one for West Hartford. And so turning to the library's budget, and I believe it's on page 14-3. So the library's proposed budget for fiscal year 23 is $3.5 million. The budget reflects an increase of a little over $372,000, or 11.6%, and this increase is all related to wages, much of which is what has already been covered this evening. Our operating expenses are about 18% of the budget, and you'll see that there's no change in any of the lines here. We kept everything level from fiscal year 22. When you look at the wages and salaries for the entire library, the category increased 14.6%, and as I mentioned, the primary reason was contract settlements and estimated merit increases, but additionally, it covers 2 positions that were not funded this current fiscal year. The first is the director position that was only funded for half of the year, and now that I've joined the team, that position's fully added to the budget. And the second is a position that went vacant a few years ago. It was authorized but not funded this year, and now we've added it to the proposed budget for fiscal year '23. And this is the librarian 2 for programs, publicity, and outreach. As I talked about earlier, we've been reimagining how best to serve the community during these challenging times. As the title suggests, this person would be a crucial addition to the team as we work on our programs, enhance our outreach, and promote library services. Our recent accomplishments have been tremendous, but they've also really stretched the capacity of our staff. This position is needed to fulfill its intended function, but also add to the team who stepped up so willingly over the last few years. Over the past several weeks, we've seen the removal of some pandemic-era restrictions and a return to normalcy in some ways, and our attendance has been steadily increasing over the last several weeks as more and more people are returning to library buildings. And everything that we've been able to do so far has been sort of in the light of some reduced attendance in our buildings. We've been able to do a little more because we haven't been as busy inside. And so now that we're seeing the people come back, it's even more critical to have this position so that we're fully staffed and we can serve the people that are coming in. We can still keep some of the innovations that we made during the pandemic that the community is very responsive to, and then we can restore some of the services that have been missed during the last 2 years. So as we look ahead, we're really grateful to the Town Council's support. The West Hartford Public Library will continue to support the community through programs and services that enrich lives and help rebuild from the impacts of the pandemic. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Armshire, and the library, I called it, a long time ago, I said it's the kitchen of the community, and there was no better time to demonstrate that center of communication and the support that they provided to everybody, non-English speakers. And when we talk about social services, the library performed so much support to the community and supported our social services. And in fact, I was reading an article talking about how libraries are actually serving that capacity and even hiring social workers as well for their support. So anyway, I just had to say that. So,
Thank you.
but thank you so much. Are there any questions on the library budget? I see none. I don't know if they're just tired and glazed over.
Taking
Come on.
it easy on me.
Mr. Zdanowitz.
And it's not related to the, it's your fault. It's not related specifically to library, but maybe at the next meeting, because it's a common theme, can we get what the new costs are because of minimum wage throughout the budget? Not just by individual time. It's just a number I think would be interesting to see what the town, what it's costing us, because that's a big number.
Thank you. And I think we have a total, but I'm not sure if it's by, but we can, yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have the total number. Do you need it broken out by department?
Well, I was looking for the total number, but I mean, if you have it, I don't really necessarily want you to do any extra work.
No, we have it. Yeah.
I mean, if it's line item and then
It's
it's
300 and.
But are you looking for the increase,
Yeah, because
Okay,
this one alone is 210,000,
yeah.
right? Or
That's not the increase.
Well, that's not the increase, but it's around 200, actually. If you look at what was adopted, and it's 579, so 120,000 just in this particular budget.
Right. There's two components to, the library is a little different when it comes to temporary payroll, because a lot of their employees are in classified positions, but they're temporary. So a good part of this also are wage increases when the contract's settled. So we'd have to try to separate those out as well. We certainly can, get a hold of all the departments that have major part-time payroll, like the library and like social service, leisure services, and we can ask them to break out the component that was related to the minimum wage increase. So we can get that. It's not just a straight, we have to make sure we back out any contractual wage increases that are in there as well.
Yeah, I guess it'd be great, because maybe I misheard, maybe I thought it was really, most of the presentations tonight were minimum wage specific.
That's a good part of it, but for instance, in the Leisure Services Department, there are a lot of seasonal part-time workers that are not in classified positions, so they didn't get any retroactive wage increases and wage increases. But in the library, a lot of those positions are classified positions, but they're part-time, so they were entitled to wage increases, so we just have to sort that out.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, actually. Good question. All right. Okay, is that it? Yeah. All right, we're good. You can go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, and welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. All right.
No, we're doing Joe.
Oh, my gosh, poor Joe.
Essie and I have to be here, Joe.
No, I see it's going after you, Joe, and then Rick has a couple of people.
We could save Rick's budget to the next one if need be. You guys will give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. All right, this should be good.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Hello, Mr. Diggers.
429.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the Department of Assessment's budget. I'd like to just quickly scroll through the highlights and accomplishments over the last fiscal year. We completed the quinquennial townwide revaluation of 22,474 parcels. We completed 682 property value review conferences with residential and commercial property owners last fall. We settled 3 tax appeals originating from the 2016 revaluation, commercial and residential. We completed a goal of revising the West Hartford Code 161-6 on ambulance-type vehicles, allowing adequate time for vehicle conversions before registration, effectively going from 30 days to 120 days. We completed a report to the town manager on the local option elderly tax relief program income guidelines. We completed 116 business personal property audits in-house encompassing the 2017 through 2020 grand list, capturing $319,000 in escaped assessment value. We also completed the pricing on 44,000 registered motor vehicles. We completed the processing of 2,700 business personal property declarations. And we saw the increase in the use of our online portal for filing annual personal property declarations by as much as 220% over the 2020 grand list. And finally, we completed the October 1st grand list by the statutory deadline of January 31st, 2022. Some of our goals and objectives, one of the ones that at least weighs heavy on me is to complete a development of the office procedurals manual in fiscal year 22-23. That would give us improved continuity with staff changeover and overall office administration. Currently, we do not have one. And the last item of goals for the 23 budget is to update the images on all improved parcels of real estate in the town of West Hartford. After listening to some of my cohorts tonight, I think I have a relatively lean budget, but I'll give you some of the details. Our office expense is up 13.6%, largely for 2 reasons. We have obviously some COLA adjustment in there, but primarily there's a big change with in the state of Connecticut for the cost to municipalities for the pricing of motor vehicles annually. In the past, that was a cost that was absorbed by the Connecticut Association of Assessing Officers, and our cost was merely $730 for the NADA pricing guides. Since the acquisition of the National Automobile Dealers Association by J.D. Power and them wanting to enhance their stockholder equity values, they have gone to a model of charging us 5.5 cents per vehicle. We have currently about 44,000 vehicles, but when they set this new model, we had about 46,000 vehicles on the West Hartford Grand List. So this is going to increase our costs to about just under $2,700. But in addition to that, we have to buy the manuals, the NADA pricing guides on top of that. And this is the preliminary cost for the state. We have the association negotiated very hardly to see if we could roll this out gradually. And I think we're down to about $375,000 now as a cost to the state. And that cost is expected to go up in a couple of years to about $550,000 for their vehicle pricing package information. Information technology is pretty routine. We have several vendors that we work with, Quality Data Services out of Waterbury, Connecticut. They manage our administration system and our taxpayer billing system. It also manages our certificate of corrections that we handle in the office, along with our various benefit programs for the elderly tax relief and veterans benefits. We saw a decline in our vehicle and equipment expense of about 13.3%. And I don't know, I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face, but I think I probably could have did a little bit better on that because we have 3 new vehicles, and I don't feel that we will have a lot of expense in the first few years for maintenance and things like that. Prior to that, we had some Ford Tauruses that were, I don't know, I think they were early 90s or late 80s vintage, so they were always in the shop. Yeah. So the overall department budget is up with all that of about 10.5%. The largest increment is attributable to the payroll.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Rick, do I move on or do I?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I just
Oh,
had a
no,
really
you have
quick
a question,
question on IT. So that was all contractual, so that will be an ongoing,
Yes, we have what we call the Vision Camera System, which is our valuation system. And there's an annual maintenance fee on that. And I believe now it's just bordering on $12,000 a year. We also have Quality Data Services, which is a much larger contract because it not only encompasses the admin system covering all of our certificate of corrections and exemption management data, but we also have the personal property camera system, which is where we input all of our information on businesses in the town of West Hartford. So that by itself, I think, is somewhere close to, if my memory serves me, I think I brought it with me, about $17,000. No, I'm sorry, $18,375. So of the 2 of those, Quality Data is it has the lion's share. We also have web hosting of our assessment data. That's part of our annual maintenance fee. And that currently is $4,700.
okay, thank you. There was a almost 10% increase. I just was wondering, but it sounds like those all went up.
Yep.
So, all right. I know you had something else to share, so.
Do I go into staffing or?
If you want, Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any questions on his overall budget? Or?
Yeah, no, so, I mean, there was the note about staff, and some of it is from the I can't speak anymore, settled wage settlements, but also your, I think, your added.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We currently have 2 property appraiser positions. We have 2 property appraiser 3 positions. We have 1 assessment, we have 1 assessment analyst position, and then we have really 2 admin positions. One of them are described as a assessment administrative technician, and the other one is a staff assistant. And the staff assistant position is a part-time position that resulted in the last fiscal cycle. And I have to be quite honest with you, we've been having some serious challenges with this. Our 2 front-end people are the first responders, if you will, for all of the communications that come into the office. Telephone, office visits, intake of the elderly tax relief program, intake information of our veterans program. They're responsible for processing the real estate transfers. And we have several thousand of those a year. And it's just not a perfunctory process because they actually have to read the deeds to see what's being conveyed before they update the information in the system. And so what I have done over the last year to try to ameliorate the loss of those additional hours is I've been shifting staff around, my technical staff. And when I shift my technical staff around, I'm taking them out of the field. We still are, I know we're behind on building permits, but we're still doing in excess of 9,000 building permits a year. So we get copies of those building permits because a lot of them have influence on the value of the properties that the work was done. So my guys should be in the street, if you will. I am down 1 property appraiser 3. That position has been vacant for several years now. And it's been very challenging to find a capable person to fill that position. It's a very responsible position. This person will always also have to go to court and negotiate assessments and things of that nature. And we're looking for someone that has expertise in mass appraisal. There's a difference between fee appraisers and mass appraisers. With the mass appraisers, we use a lot of standardized procedures and statistical analysis. If someone was coming out to your house to do your home, in all likelihood, the bank will require 3 or 4 comps, and they would make their necessary adjustments against the subject to arrive at an estimated value on their property. When we do it, we have to do it for about 20,000 properties at one time. So we have a lot of tools at our disposal. We have the entire cost guide of Marshall Valuation Service in our system that is calibrated and just adjusted to our regional and local market area. And we also look at, in this particular case, we had 1 year of sales for revaluation, which is routine pursuant to Connecticut General Statute. So that's one position. I have another property appraiser too that will be vacant in June. They retire in August, but they're going to exhaust their vacation time. So when they leave in June, I won't see them again until one day when they come back in August, and then they're gone. So I'm going to have 2 vacancies at the busiest time of the year for the appraisers when they're out on the road updating records on real estate by way of the building permits. I've been able to also mitigate some of this by giving comp time to the appraisers because we just don't have the resources to do it. Now, with my admin staff, a part of the revaluation budget did include a overtime component. But that's for my full-time person. The part-time person, I just had to shift them around to some of our peak cycles within that project that we were working on to make sure we had sufficient people. And of course, yours truly ultimately spent a lot of weekends here doing data entry of personal property declarations because we have to finish by January 31st by state law. We don't have any other options. And this new person really hasn't had the time to get up to speed with the training. So it's fallen on the balance of the staff in this office. And so with that, I am hoping that the council, as a part of this budget process, will consider this need. We don't have redundant staff down there. On any given day, for example, in July, we're handling about 800 people a day. I have a chart with me, but I think I presented it at the budget meeting to show how many people are coming in our office and how many phone calls are coming in. Now, we have seen some of that abated as a result of the pandemic. And of course, we have a very robust website, so you can access a lot of our real estate information online and some other general data relative to the valuation of real estate in West Hartford and the various programs that we administer. But it is a challenge, and we're doing the best we can with the resources we have. But I just don't know how long that we can do this. I have one, the admin person is, they're bringing a lot of concerns to my attention, and I don't know where those things will go. But so here I am, and seeking your consideration of restoring this to a full-time position. Yes.
So just to clarify, it's two pieces. It's putting the administrative person from part-time to full-time.
That is correct.
And funding a vacant position that did exist. And I think you're just a retirement, and you're funding
I can explain it.
Thank you.
All the full-time positions are funded. I think what Mr. Dakers is asking for, and when we were putting this budget together, I guess we didn't realize how urgent the need was. He has a part-time staff person that he's requesting be funded on a full-time basis. So what that would mean is that we would have to reduce the temporary payroll account, but add a full payroll in an additional position. I think that's what you're asking, Joe?
That is correct.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Cortez.
So with the recent revaluations that we have going on in town, which is impacting a lot of people tremendously, the outcome of that, is that also expected to increase the volume coming into the office right now, or does it not affect you necessarily?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's a great question. Anecdotally, I had anticipated that we would have at least 1,000 informal preliminary appeals last year. That gives us a great opportunity to ferret out any issues that we may have. This is a mass appraisal process, and sometimes things come up. As it turned out, we only had 651 appointments that ran from mid-November through the end of December. I think it was December 23rd was our last hearing date. Now we're in the mode for the Board of Assessment Appeals. The Board of Assessment Appeals is underway. This past Monday, we had some meetings, and of course, last night we had meetings. I don't think we got out of here till about 9 o'clock. But we only have 290, which I find a little shocking. So with those two, we're just slightly under 1,000 residents and business owners who have had an interest in the revaluation. I think a segue here is, and because I have the data, and I don't like to sit on the data. I talked to Rick and Peter about this. You know, we ran some scenarios, and you know, some sections of town are going to see some very significant increases in property taxes. I have the Elmwood section. I have about 3,000. We have 3,610 parcels in that area, and 451 of them will see an increase of 30% or greater. And in some cases, the taxes are as much as $2,500 more a year from the previous year. It's pretty significant, and that's one of the worst case scenarios that we have. But I am really surprised at this point that we haven't had that kind of interest, and I'm not sure whether or not there was a numbing of the populace because of a lot of the newscasts about the real estate market around the country. And maybe some folks just say, okay, my property value is going up. And, you know, when you get your escrow statement from the bank later on this year, I think that's when the rubber is going to hit the road. And so it kind of dovetails into some concerns that was expressed earlier this evening about the affordability of things. And tragically, this is happening at a time where we're, you know, hovering almost 8% inflation. You know, gasoline prices are on the cusp of $5 a gallon. And just the cost of living all the way around is going up, and now we have the revaluation. But back to your original question, I was kind of surprised. I expected a lot more, but it hasn't materialized at this point.
Sure, Mr. Cortez.
And I don't want to minimize that, you know, with the need that is below, because you know, like you said, we have great resources, and, you know, with modernization going on, you know, full-time staff can help with that, you know, making that part-time or full-time, and educating the public when they come in to utilize those websites. And, you know, what you guys do is provide a very important service that, you know, assess the values appropriately, generates revenue for the town. So if you're not out there doing the work, then, you know, there's money that we're losing out the window. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez, and thank you, Mr. Baker. So when I think you're right. I think I expected more people to be communicating about their individual stories. But what the process when a bill comes, an escrow comes, the process, I mean, this assessed challenge, the deadline was February 18th or something.
Yes.
Is there another window after?
Yes, the Board of Assessment Appeals meets annually.
Right.
And that cycle is if you're interested, you have to have your petition filed by, statutorily it's February 20th, but the way the date ran this year, it was moved to the 18th. I think it was on a weekend. And the board in West Hartford meets in March every year. And by state law, we have to be done by the end of the month. Now, we have never applied for an extension to complete our duties, so we really work hard to get it on time so that there's no conflict with this budget process that is taking place now. Otherwise, that would put the budget process off until May, technically. And I don't think that would be something that the town would be interested in doing. So we work hard to finish on time.
So the expectation is that next year, that there could be a real crunch for responding to potential.
After they see that
Right.
first statement, absolutely. Again, anecdotally, I received a call, and I won't go into detail, but I received a call from one of my cohorts in Glastonbury, and they were whisked away into an abrupt meeting with the town leadership. And I guess they're considering on kicking the can down the street relative to the October 1st, 2022 revaluation that they're underway with. So they're thinking about suspending it. Just in light of these numbers that we're seeing, I think it's given a lot of people pause, but I don't know if that's going to be the panacea to the problem, depending on how protracted this market that we're in lasts. I know interest rates are now starting to ratchet up, but there's still a lot of demand out there, and I think we've never had this minimum supply in the years that I've been involved. And so with that demand and the minimum supply, the prices will continue to arise until you get to a point where it could be a bust.
So this is where I'm sure we could talk about this more. So what I'd like to do, I floated some questions to the town manager on our options.
Right.
One is deferral. Two is potential, well, there's some other potential. So we would like to have a discussion on those. So we will coordinate through Rick on,
Certainly.
definite, whether, I think we had asked you to mirror a phase-in, whatever. So we will take a look at those and discuss what our options are and take some of those individual scenarios. All right, thank you. Mr. Privatera, did you want to say something?
No, the only comment I wanted to make was that the Board of Assessment Appeals has to be completed by, March 25th?
March 31st.
March 31st, so we can take those adjustments and put them in our mill rate calculation. But we made a significant estimate in our mill rate calculation this year on potential value, assuming there would be a lot more people that were going in and challenging it. So we're still going to have to wait and see on that.
But I think what you were saying, just to rephrase it, and it's getting really late, and I do want to, is that you were conservative in your estimates?
Yes.
And not representing necessarily the actual response?
Correct. We were conservative in our estimates. I
All
believe
right,
we were.
thank you.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if we should stop here, and I'm so sorry that Gina's, or we should maybe do Gina's, I don't know how you want to call it. But yeah, if we could stop, or do you want to do?
No.
Did you say you wanted to do?
Are you okay with that, Gina? I'm so sorry. 10:15.
I was already here for a board meeting.
I know you were. So
Yeah,
thank
she
you.
was, she
So
told me she was going to be floating in,
We can pick these up
so.
later.
It's up to you. I mean,
No, we can, yeah. Because we do have Essie, Gina, myself, and
How do you guys feel?
registrars. Yeah.
let's have Gina.
Mr. Dakers, a quick question.
Sure, Miss Blanks to Mr. Dakers. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Dakers. That was a very interesting presentation and quite enlightening, and I am one of those who live in the Elmwood community, so I understand perfectly what you mean about those increases. But my question on a property appraiser, 3, you said that was vacant for several years? About how many years has the position been vacant?
I think it was 17, is it? Yeah, 17?
5 years?
Yeah, so it was not a voluntary vacancy, but it's been vacant since that time.
And this position is the position you're having challenges filling?
Well, yeah, there's a plethora of...
Sorry, through you, ma'am.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. There's a plethora of jobs on the CWO's website statewide. The particular candidate that we're looking for this job, we want to make sure that we leave West Hartford in a good position. So we want to make sure that we have somebody in there who can help us out and who knows the business. We don't want to, this is not a training position. Yep.
Go ahead.
As we're going through this manual and listening to the number of positions and also the ask for new positions or reclass, and I'm just wondering, and we may not have this, Mr. Ledwith, I know on the state side we do, is there any position description, classification online that I could go to or others just to get an idea of the functions?
So through you, Madam Mayor, good question. We don't have our job descriptions online, but we do have job descriptions. So we can provide, if you want me to get you the Property 3 appraiser job description, we could do that tomorrow easily. Yeah, or any other position that you would want to see. Yep.
Sure. Thank you. Nice point. All right. I think, anything else for Mr. Dakers? All right.
This is a
Oh, Mr. Sweeney.
not a question, but Rick, you had mentioned we were going to have another like session on just general reval, right?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, we were thinking at the CIP, so we have one workshop, so the next workshop, we have all of our other departments, which will probably be as lengthy as this evening.
So maybe
and-
we'll bring food in before.
And then we have a workshop dedicated to the capital improvement plan.
Mhm.
So we thought we would do revaluation and CIP in the same meeting, if that pleases the council. That's great.
It makes sense, and then we'll have some options, I think, at that time, as what our
We will,
alternatives are.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cortez.
Through this evening, there's, some trends that we're seeing, one with the minimum wage increase, but another is how slim we've been running government. And, and I know that's something that started probably in '08 where, everybody kind of chopped things down. So is there a list of vacancies that haven't been filled over the years out there, and maybe something we need to look down the road? Because, we're growing as a town, and we shouldn't be running short at this time. I don't enjoy spending money that we don't have to spend, but also we don't want to leave certain people behind. So, this is a great example of some things that might be going on in other departments.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez, and I think there's a real focus on succession planning, especially with so many retirements or people moving on. So it is part of all of that, I think, strategy-wise. And I know Mr. Ledwith and Mr. Hart had been discussing that. So it is something that will be shared for sure. Okay. Anything else? All right. Then we will go to Gina. Because, or I don't know who else is that in the back?
Well, Madam Mayor,
Who else?
if you would like to end on a good note, then you should hear my budget.
Then we do, because I want to sleep well. No, I don't know. This is not good.
Page 4-19.
No, she's good. She's just listening. Okay, thank you. I couldn't see, so I'm like right in the room. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. What page are you?
4-19.
Thank you. Go ahead. Ms.
Good evening,
Verona.
Gina Verano, Deputy Corporation Counsel. As the deputy, I'm charged with the management of the day-to-day affairs of the department, including the submission of the budget. On the budget summary, I've listed a number of accomplishments. There's a few that I just want to highlight. First and foremost is the office's involvement in reviewing and analyzing the executive orders from Governor Lamont and providing advice to the town council, the executive policy group, town departments, and the town administration. I was trying to find the number of executive orders because it's gone through several reiterations of the alphabet, and I got up to 117 just in that alone. The second thing that we did was we conducted training for all of the town boards and commissions on the Freedom of Information Act. This I made obligatory for all the secretaries and chairpersons of the boards and commissions. It was well attended, and we got very positive response. We, trained them on what's a meeting, what's an agenda, what's the notice, when do you have to post it, what do the minutes look like, and then we also discussed the new legislation which allowed public meetings to be conducted in a virtual format. And so we talked a little bit about WebEx, conducting public meetings, and a little on the WebEx decorum, and we did that in conjunction with the Town Clerk's office. Thank you, Essie. The other thing we did is something that had been fallen sort of by the wayside over a few years, and that is initiating court actions to enforce municipal citations. So as you know, municipal citations come with a penalty, a fine. And so once that goes unpaid, we are able to go to the Superior Court and prosecute that to judgment. And so there really wasn't a process in place to get that done on a timely basis, and now we have one. So we are working with the tax collector to make sure that those violations are turned over to our department on a timely basis, and then we prosecute them to judgment. After judgment, we're allowed to file a judgment lien against the property. The lien is valid basically in perpetuity. And so when the individual property owner sells the property, refinances or anything like that, we'll be able to recover those financial penalties. We also worked closely with a lot of the town departments to update the policies, the templates. A lot of those have been in place for like 20 years, and a lot of the legislation has changed. So we have been spending a significant amount of time working with all the town departments and taking a look at all the forms that they have. Finally, I want to shout out to my colleague, Attorney Latour, who single-handedly trained all of the new members in the Fair Rent Commission. For those of you who are unfamiliar with that commission, it's required by statute. Its rights and obligations are articulated in the statute. The criteria by which it makes decisions are set forth in the statute. And so she trained each one of those members on their statutory obligations. She also provided templates for notices, for meeting minutes, for notice of decision letters and the like. She also, in collaboration with the police department, provided training to the Civilian Police Review Board, to its members and to its alternates, and I think a few of you here might have actually sat through that training. I do want to thank the Town Council for funding my full-time legal assistant position in the last budget. I can tell you that we did hire somebody promptly, that she has been instrumental in supporting the 2 new commissions that were created this year, and also providing support to a lot of the other office administration issues that I formerly had to deal with, but now will no longer have to deal with. So the good news when you turn to the Corporation Council's budget is that it remains flat, except for an increase in the stipend to the Corporation Council. You may recall that stipend increased by resolution, I think in December of 2021. There's also some itemization of, where our office expenditures are. You'll note that they pretty much look like what you would expect from any law department, office supplies, postage, printings, off-site storage facilities, filing fees, and the like. We also, of course, have the standard dues and travel, which includes our membership in our local organizations, and most importantly, the office's commitment to continuing legal education for our staff. I think that is absolutely critical, and so we are engaged in actually 3 levels of training. We have a webinar series from the International Municipal Lawyers Association that provides us with trends in legislation across the nation. We can see things happening in California on that coast before they even come here, and what those ordinances and local laws look like. We are also members of the Connecticut Bar Association. We're individual subsections. For example, I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning section, which allows us to see sort of new legislation and also work with our colleagues in that particular area on like specific cases and trends going forward. The rest of the line items are pretty self-explanatory. And so if the Town Council members have any questions, I'd be happy to take them now. But before I conclude, I just want to remind you the good news: 1, the budget is flat except for the stipend, and 2, a thank you to all of you for funding my full-time position.
Thank you very much, Attorney Brano. Any questions for? All right, just go.
This is your chance. The lawyer is here.
I'm taking these today.
All right. Anybody? Okay. All right, you're done? All set? Okay, so, and thank you, Patty, for staying for the whole, all right, thank you all very much. Our next meeting, Mr. Ledwith, do you want to just really quickly review?
So we have a
I don't know if
council
you have
meeting
it on
on the
your-
22nd, which is next week, and then we have the
Next
Board of Ed workshop on March 30th.
March 30th is the next, okay. Thank you, I didn't have it at my fingertips, I should have.
And then on April 6th, we have a public hearing at 6 o'clock and another departmental budget workshop at 6:30. And then on April 18th, we have a budget workshop at 6:30 that will include CIP and reevaluation options.
Okay. All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, it was long ago, yeah.
No, you're fine, it's fine, it's just.
Somehow there's a disconnect, and I don't know.
Yeah, but, so there's two layers, right? That didn't show up.